Hello, hello. I am Bianca and I am watching the trial testimony from yesterday, day 18. That was when we heard about the timeline from the prosecution team and the SLED special agent's name, Peter Rudolfski, is the one who testified. And we're going to be watching his testimony again and also looking at that timeline document that he presented and just making sense of it all. And I have been watching the trial with through the channel of some defense lawyers, and they do have a bias on the defense. They do approach the case with I will presume this person is innocent until it is proven to me that they are guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I also do watch a lawyer that has a prosecution mindset. And I do that so that I can get both sides of the spectrum and see if I can agree or disagree. So right now, I am more defense biased. However, I am open minded to finding out more information about this trial. And if, I were in the jury, I will be open minded to convicting him. As of today, I can't say I am there yet. And I have not looked at these in detail, like I am hoping that we can do together tonight. So here we go. Let's get this party started. So we're going to get the feed from Court TV.
The GM OnStar data, that was 524. And again, just to remind the jury, prepared two timelines. One is 520, which is the big one, correct?
That's correct.
With a more expansive timeline relevant to June 7th, correct?
That's correct.
And surrounding days, correct? And then this one, which is 519, which is a condensed version of this that focuses just on the hours, evening hours of the day of the murders, correct?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, I'm going to publish 519 to the jury, and let's discuss it. All right. Just real quick, I want to go through this opening page, and this is the condensed one, 519. Is that correct up on the screen?
That is correct.
All right. And has your name on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we have a reference guide right here. And if you would just explain just some of the various sources of information that have been admitted before this jury that you ultimately synthesize into this summary timeline.
Okay. What we have here is we're going to have cell phone Cellbrite extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports. We have an ALPR report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes. We're also going to have some Snapchat data, and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
Okay, so real quick, like Creighton likes to say, real quick, let's pause here. So here pretty much is the document showing where the sources are, where what the codes mean, and where did they get the extraction of these timelines from, all in this 43-page document that the prosecution is going to present. I'm going to fast forward it a little bit because I do believe they're going to be talking about the morning, but let's see. We'll do it together. I'll fast forward here
I'll do
Let's
real
see.
quick. So we have extractions.
Mhm.
Tell the difference to the jury, and I'm going to point out with the stick.
Extraction.
Between an extraction and then CDRs or sealed data records, please.
So the extraction is
Okay. So let's see. We're gonna start.
Can you
at
explain any difference between the
6:04?
CDRs as it relates to Alec Murdaugh's phone
Yeah.
and whether or not there's any missing call?
Okay. So let's read this real quick from 6:04 p.m. to I believe 7:01. I can't see at the bottom here, but okay. So 6:04 p.m. Paul Murdaugh calls Will Loving. So Will Loving, I believe, is his best friend. Let me Google here. Make sure. Okay, so an attorney at Parker Law Group who practiced with Alex. Okay, back to the timeline. So Paul, 6 o'clock, 6:04, he calls Will and it wasn't answered. Then a few seconds later, he receives a call from Will. So Will calls him back. He answered and they talked for 2.5 minutes. 6:08, Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing call to dad. So Paul called his dad and it was like a 1 second answered call. And then 6:09, Paul called mom, 2 seconds. 6:09, Maggie messages Paul. So Maggie messages. Okay, see, just by reading this, I was already confused. I was thinking Alex called his dad and his mom, but okay, let me back it up because I am getting confused. I want to make sure. So, okay, so Paul called Will Loving. So Will Loving is not Alex's best friend. Will Loving and Murdaugh Trial. Who is that? Will Loving, one of Paul's best friend, often on roommates who lived with him in Columbia, South Carolina. And then he testified that the third voice belonged to Alex. Okay, so that is my mistake already. I'm already making mistakes. So, okay, back it up. 6:04, Paul calls his best friend. Okay, his best friend doesn't answer. Then his best friend, Will Loving, calls him back. Then Paul, 4 minutes later, 6:08 p.m. And this, I think this is a important point. So because if Will Loving is the owner of the dog, who had the tail issue, and that he was calling Paul to say, hey, look at his tail. Paul calls the dad 4 minutes later. And then it was answered 1 second long. Then Paul calls his mom and it was answered 2 seconds long. Then Maggie messages Paul. So maybe her phone answered and she didn't really like answer because it was 2 seconds. So she sends a message to her son, Paul, saying, you okay? Getting a little foot massage, then I'm headed home. And then Paul said, yeah, mom. Then Maggie sends Paul, love you, and Blanca cooked you dinner. Okay, so far, so good. So far, I understand what's going on. So let me keep going here.
Locked on the extraction from his phone.
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances, we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that we could not find on the logical extraction or the Britt Dove full extraction of Alex's phone. And that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
Okay, so here when he is testifying that there was some calls that they knew happened, but they didn't show up on Alex's phone extractions, what are they implying? Are they implying that the calls were deleted or there was a malfunction on the phone, or what are they implying exactly? And is this Paul's phone that he's referring to, or is it Alex's phone? Let me back it up just a second.
June 7th, 2021.
All right. And let's start at 6:04. And I want to move through this expeditiously, and we'll stop and talk about some specific entries as we go through. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And so starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdaugh have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. As you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
All right. And Will Loving, that's the individual that testified weeks ago.
That is correct.
And 6:08, what activity we see on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right. And what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right. And can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot,
Or
no.
can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction?
That is correct.
Don't leave the witness.
All right. Can you explain any difference?
Okay, so yes, they are talking about Alex's phone. I do believe they're talking about the call that Paul made to Alex, and it did not show on Alex's phone extraction. However, it does show on the CDR, which is from Verizon directly, and the prosecutor here is implying that so can Alex delete the CDR from Verizon? No, the witness responds, but he can delete from his phone, and therefore it wouldn't show in the extraction. And the witness like, yes, absolutely. So we're implying here that Alex deleted some phone calls or whatever the information may be from his phone, but that Verizon has that information through their CDR.
Difference between the CDRs as it relates to Alex Murdaugh's phone and whether or not there's any missing call logs on the extraction from his phone?
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances, we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that are not, that we could not find on the logical extraction or the Britt Dove full extraction of Alex's phone. And that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
All right. 6:09:48. Do we have any communications on Maggie's phone?
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul Murdaugh stating, "You okay getting little foot massage? Then I'm heading home." And that was obtained from Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh's phone extractions.
It's 6.
Okay, so I'm caught up. I get it. If anybody is not caught up, or it's kind of slow like me learning the facts as we go, because I do believe that there's like seconds and just minutes of time that people are going to hang their hat on in making their decision, as far as their opinion. And if they were in the jury, that would be the time that is very important, because nobody is arguing that any of these calls didn't happen, or that they were not important. So right now, we all agree Maggie's getting a foot massage. She's texting Paul, just letting him know, hey, I'm getting a foot massage, heading home. Blanca cooked you dinner. Okay, so let's see what happens next. Okay.
Affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone?
Long.
All right. And what was the source of that information?
That we could not find on.
All right. And just generally remind the jury.
Okay, now this map, I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to try to I'm going to try to share this. And this is the document, and I'm going to try to make it a little bigger. Okay. Hopefully that helps. So here it says Maggie Murdaugh phone location on Savannah's Highway, Adam Run, South Carolina. So where is her phone? Almeda. I don't know what this is. Okay. Okay, let me read one thing at a time to see if I can understand this. Oh, this is more timelines. Okay. But the map is what they were showing just now at the testimony. I think it was this map on page 3. Okay, let me go back to page 3 and see if there's a different map. No, this is something else. Okay, well, anyways, we'll go back to that map. But since I am sharing this document, let me real quick go through the first few pages here. So like we heard from the SLED special agent just now, this is his document, the timeline that he put together. He has a reference guide on the first page produced by Agent Peter Rudolfski, Murdaugh Murders Timeline of Events. This is a summary of events between June 7th and June 15th. So we have a reference guide, which is the code words, right? PM extraction means Paul Murdaugh, and all of this are the reference guides here. I do believe that this was not on Court TV, the website for the exhibits. I couldn't find it there. But if you Google the timeline PDF, you may find it. So here we go. We have a map. Red is for Moselle. Green is for Almeda, which is where his mom lived. Yellow, Lurie Highway. Russell Road, purple, blue, Billinger. Okay, so this is interesting because it does tell me here what the color on the maps, what they mean. So that's interesting. So then the next page, we have a bunch of phone numbers. And they do need to have this because since the cell towers would identify the phone number it was pinging from or to, the phone numbers are just here for reference. We have here this car, the Mercedes, which is probably Maggie's Mercedes, I think, because Alex had a Suburban. So the first picture up here, it was on Highway 174. And then the second page, oh, not the second page, the second picture, TRJ 292. Same here, Highway 74. And this is from Savannah Highway getting into Carolina Bay. Wow, look at this. They see it all. We have 526. Okay, then we have this is where we go with Blanca's testimony at 7 a.m. All of that going on June 7th. So June 7th is where this timeline begins. So, okay, back to the map that this SLED agent is referring to. I'm going to try to find this map on this timeline. It said like page 3, but I don't, on the document that he's talking about in court, but I don't see it there. So I'm going to go back to, this must be it, because this is where we were at talking about Blanca cooked to dinner. Okay. So now I understand a little bit more about this map. The red is Moselle. This is where the Moselle residence is. The green here is Almeida, which is where Alex's mom lived. The Verizon cell towers are these little small red dots. So it's telling us the cell ping here, 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 here. Not that the cell pinged here, but those are the towers. Those are the towers. Okay. So Paul Murdaugh is 803-842-7845. That's his phone number. Then we have here time 1 and 3. I don't know what this means. This rest of this stuff, I don't know what it means. Maybe it doesn't mean anything. Let's see what the special agent will talk about. This part where it says from 6:17 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. FBI cast C photo above. Let's see what he has to say to us.
Jury, what this map reflects, please.
This is just showing generally where the cell towers are located and where the area, whenever like a phone call or text message, where it was pinging during that time for Paul.
And these little
Okay.
red things right here with the angles on it, what do those reflect?
That's going to be where the cell tower is and what angle the call would have originated or, take place from.
All right. And down at the bottom, what's the first time recorded for Paul's cell phone as it pings on these cell towers?
It's going to be 6:17:42.
And can you describe to the jury generally where these cell towers reflect Paul's phone is moving?
So it'd be at the Beaufort area down the right-hand side, moving up towards Moselle, which you can see in the far right corner, that little badge-looking red dot.
All right. Up here at the top center, what is that right there?
That's going to be an arc. It's just a distance arc.
But the red dot, what is that?
The red dot, that's going to be 4147 Moselle Road.
All right. And what times does Paul's phone ping off any cell tower near Moselle?
6:53 p.m., 7:05, and 7:30:05.
All right, and we see a 3 right there. Does that refer, or what does that 3 refer to as it relates to that cell tower location near Moselle?
It's just going to show you what side of the cell tower it's on, what arc.
And what time does it first ping on sector 1 facing Moselle?
7:05:33 p.m.
Okay, so the pings that they are talking about is in this box here, where it says at 6:53, number 3, 7:05, number 1, 7:30. These are Paul. Now it makes sense. His phone number is here. Paul's, every time his phone number had a ping on these, on the Verizon cell tower. So number 3, 6:53, it had a ping right here. And then 7:05 p.m., it had a ping right here. That makes sense. Okay.
All right, moving to continue on page 3. We have a time reference at 6:20:53. Can you explain to the jury what, if anything, that indicates?
We have Maggie Murdaugh. She received a phone call from Proctor Marion. That's how it showed up in her phone. Through the phone number, it's actually Marion Proctor. That's just how it relays in the phone. It shows rejected.
All right, and after that, what, if any, communications were there?
Right after that, at 6:21:28, Maggie Murdaugh sends a text message to Marion stating, "Can't talk, getting food massage. We'll call you back." That was from her phone extraction.
Moving on to 6:23, are there any communications with Maggie and Paul?
There are. Paul sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27 stating, "What did she make?" And then Maggie replies back shortly after saying, "Country fried steak and mac and cheese."
Yum, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. So that's cute. Here at 6:10, Maggie says, "Love you" to Paul, and Blanca cooked you dinner. Then a few minutes later, 6:21, no, 6:23, he says, "Hey mom, what did she make me?" And Maggie said, "Country fried steak and mac and cheese. Yum, 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 yum."
Below that, we have a orange and blue box. What does that represent?
So this is going to be from the FBI telemetry data from that Excel spreadsheet that's ready into evidence. And this is just showing with that color coordination I talked about earlier. The orange is going to show a system startup. And from previous testimony, that could be, unlocking a car, locking it, getting in close range with the key fob, opening up the rear hatch, just something that makes, when you get in your car, you kind of hear that noise before you start it up, the telemetry. It's just inner workings, anything could really cause it.
Well, I'm asking you, going back to that map, the incident location at Moselle where Paul and Maggie were found murdered, what county is that in?
That's going to be Colleton County. And then if you look, we have the pink, which is going to kind of show propulsion, and then blue, which is going to show some kind of shift in the vehicle transmission.
All right, down to the bottom, 624. What is that?
624, too, that shows from the FBI report.
Okay, hold on. Before we go to 6:24, I just don't understand why. So I'm like, ignorant on all of this. So I'm pretending that I am sitting there in the jury and I'm just trying to understand what's going on. So we have a 6:23 text message, and then all of a sudden we have this little box, which is, from what I understand, the vehicle. Whose vehicle? It doesn't say here whose vehicle. Oh, okay. Alex Murdaugh Suburban shows device connection, but that's at 6:24 p.m. But at 6:07, I don't know what this means in between all this 6:24, 6:23 timelines here. Okay, so there's a vehicle parked fall, system propulsion, system startup, which both this witness and the witness before have said it could be just a key fob passing by, it could be your car starting up. So I'm just going to save this little box for later because I don't know what this means in reference to the 6:24 timeline we're in. We were talking about Paul and Maggie. Maggie's at the salon getting a foot massage. Maggie's texting Paul about dinner. What did she make me? Blanca made this food. And then all of a sudden we have this car information here, which happened, at 6:07. What does that have to do with 6:23? So let's just save that, put it in like a little box in our minds, and we're going to go back to that.
Telemetry report that the Suburban shows a device connection.
That would be Alec Murdaugh's phone?
That'd be correct.
Moving on to 6:24 p.m. Is there any data points as it relates to the defendant's Suburban?
It is. We have one at 6:24:18 around the PMPED law firm.
All right, and what time is that? 6:24?
6:24:18, correct.
All right, and that map there, is that a data point from the CAST data?
Okay, but we just skipped over this, which I don't know if it's important or not. So 6:23, we're talking about the food. Maggie and Paul are talking. 6:24, Alex's Suburban shows device connection. So I assume Alex is in the Suburban with his phone. And then the phone automatically connects to the car because it's used to doing that in the past. And then 1 second later, Paul calls Nolan. So who is Nolan in the Murdaugh trial? So Paul was on the phone for a little while. So Nolan, Nolan. Who is Paul? Who is... Okay, I can't find it. If anybody knows it, please let me know who Nolan is. Nolan. Okay, I can't find it. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that. But Paul is on the phone with Nolan at 5 minutes for 5 minutes and 50 seconds. And why the witness skipped over that, I don't know. So we'll see. Let's go back to this one.
That you just explained to the jury?
That is correct.
Moving down, we have some various messages from some of the individuals. Is that right?
We do.
Okay.
We have Alex Murdaugh receiving a phone call from Jay Parker at 6:25. 6:27, Paul is sending a message to Britt, saying maybe Saturday. He calls Robert Boyle shortly after. And then at 8:38 p.m., Rogan calls Marion Dempsey.
Okay, I don't know what any of this means, but so Paul calls Nolan. He speaks to Nolan for 5 minutes. Then we have Alex's car leaving the law firm. So 6:24 p.m., Alex is at work. Okay, so that's a good fact, right? The Suburban left work. Now it looks like... Okay, so yeah, Alex gets in the car 6:24:02. Few seconds later, 15 seconds later, something like that, the Suburban leaves the law firm. Okay, then we have 6:25 p.m. Alex receives a phone call from Jay Parker. He answered. Then 6:27, Paul messages Britt stating maybe Saturday. I don't know what that is all about. 6:33, Paul calls Robert Boyle. 6:38, Rogan Gibson calls Marianne Dempsey. Okay. So here we have Moselle again, and here we have Almeida again. Now we are talking about Alex. So this map here is pretty much just showing Alex's phone and the Verizon cell towers, which are these little red dots again. And then all these calls and activities and texts are being recorded here by the Verizon tower, right? So we have 640, 643, 652, which is what we have probably coming up, right? 640, Alex device connection. Okay. So that's what I understand. This is the little box that shows every time Alex, because that's his number here, used his phone number to call or text or receive a call. And this was all picked up by the Verizon tower that is right here by Moselle. Okay.
And to your recollection, what is Marion Dempsey to Rogan at this period of time?
I believe his girlfriend currently at the time.
All right, moving on to page 5.
Mm-hmm.
What does this map represent? Who is this from, this map?
This is going to be from Matt Wild from the FBI. This is directly from his report.
And what phone does this map reflect?
Top right, it's going to say Alex Murdaugh with associated cell phone.
All right, and then there's a box below that. Explain to the jury again what that box represents.
So the box below that, that's going to represent all the times that the pings were logged that Matt Wild actually put in the report.
And then the black circle with the angle in the middle, what is that?
That's going to show you the cell tower and then the kind of angle that the calls or texts would have been in.
And what property is in the sector of that cell tower?
4147 Moselle Road. It's identified by that red badge looking dot.
All right. On here, this box with the times, those are times of what again?
This would have been times of activity that would send to a cell tower that they would have data on.
In the 6 o'clock hour, what is the latest time period that you see Alan Murdaugh's phone reflecting activity?
6:52 p.m.
And then after that, what's the next time period that you've seen reflecting activity?
The next time showing on the map is going to be 9:04:24 p.m.
Does the defendant's cell phone reflect any activity between 6:52 and 9:04?
Between 6:52 and 9:04, there's no activity reflected.
At least on the cell pinging.
That is correct.
All right, at 6:40:01, what activity, if any, is reflected?
Paul calls, it's going to show up as PA in the extraction, which is Alex Murdaugh based on the phone number. It shows it was answered. It was 2 minutes and 29 seconds long. This call also does not show up in the phone extractions for Alex Murdaugh, just on his CDRs.
It was in the defendant's CDRs?
That is correct.
Right.
And it was also
Okay, so here's another insinuation, okay, which could be true. The prosecution is pointing out that Paul called Alex, but that phone call did not register in Alex's phone. So either Alex deleted that or there was a malfunction. But then again, when Paul texted him earlier, that text was also deleted. So interesting point by the prosecution, because I'm thinking, why is he deleting, his son's phone calls?
it was also in Paul's phone. It shows the phone call.
6:42, and what if anything's reflected?
We have a Suburban device connection to iPhone from the FBI report at 6:42:48, and at 6:42:54, we show the Suburban arrives at 4147 Moselle Road based on the GM OnStar data.
All right, and going on to page 6, is that your CAS map reflecting that data point you just described?
That is correct. It's going to be the 6:42:54 data point.
And what happens at that moment?
That's when Alex Murdaugh is going to arrive back from the PUP and PMPED law firm from work that day.
All right, moving on. 6:43:50, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Maggie Murdaugh's phone had a missed call from PA, which is Alex Murdaugh. It shows missed, but also it shows up in Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but does not show up in either one of the phone extractions.
All right. And
Okay, so now it is a pattern that we are seeing here, which is, okay, so Paul texts Alex, Paul calls Alex, and then that is showing in the Verizon towers, but it's not showing Alex's phone extractions. Now we have Maggie, we have Alex, I think Alex is calling Maggie here, and also it's not showing in Alex's phone extraction, but it is showing in the Verizon CDR. So what do we have here? We have 6:40, Paul calls Alex. So Paul called Alex and Alex answered. They talked for 2.5 minutes. PM extraction. So this is Paul Murdaugh extraction from his phone. Does not show on Dylan Hightower extraction, but does show on Alex's CDR. Now here we have Alex's Suburban shows device connection 6:42. And then, so right here, right after the phone call, right, he's talking to his son, then he hangs up the phone, then he goes into the Suburban, then a few minutes, no, then Suburban arrives at Moselle on OnStar. So maybe he was in the car, I don't know, but 6:40, Alex is talking to Paul, and then that lasted 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes later, 2 minutes and 48 seconds, Alex's car connects to his iPhone. Then, few seconds later, the Suburban arrives at Moselle. So it is interesting that um, the phone calls are being registered by Verizon CDR, but when they go to Alex's phone, that the phone calls and the texts are deleted. But still, this has it's still very far from the murder. This is at 6:40 p.m. So I don't understand, but more will be reviewed. Let's see.
Moving on, we have a couple of the orange and white boxes. Tell the jury again what those reflect.
So these are just going to reflect some kind of system boot up. Doesn't mean the car moved or did anything. It just means that door was opened. It just something triggered the car to kind of do a little internal boot up from previous testimony.
At 6:53:44, what, if any, activity do you see?
Paul Murdaugh calls John Marvin. It shows 1 minute and 42 seconds long, and that's based off of Paul's phone extraction.
So your understanding, when you see those times of the call lengths, does that also include connection time as well?
It does. Based on previous testimony from Verizon, that could include how long it takes to get the actual network connected.
All right. And then at the 7 o'clock hour, what, if any, communications are on Paul's phone?
So Paul sends a text message to Claude CB Rowe saying, "Are you coming tomorrow?" And then shortly after, he sends another text saying, "Sunflowers died. We need to plow them under ASAP." And that was based off his phone extraction.
Moving on now to page 7. We have some activity at 7:02:29.
We do. Maggie Murdaugh calls Alex Murdaugh. It shows 2 seconds. And this also does not show on Alex Murdaugh's extraction. It shows on the CDRs. And it also shows on Maggie's phone that Maggie called Alex, but does not show on Alex's phone that call was there.
Missing from his phone.
Interesting.
That is correct.
All right.
Missing in the call log.
That is very interesting.
All right, 7:03 to 7:11. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
His phone's showing approximately 165 steps taken during that time frame.
And then what happens at 7:04?
704, through the catch data database, it shows that Paul Murdaugh is at the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
Okay.
Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity as we move on to the 7:04 time period?
Her phone showed that between 704 and 817, her phone was showed a Bluetooth connection to MBUX 95224, which is her Mercedes-Benz.
Sure.
And so anytime we see MBUX 95224, what, if anything, does that represent?
That's going to
her
reflect her Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah.
MB for Mercedes-Benz?
That is correct.
Correct.
All right.
Creighton,
Moving
good
on, at
job.
7:05, does Maggie call anyone?
She does. She calls Marion at 7:05:13. It shows answered 7 seconds.
Okay.
7:05:55, is there any reflection of a communication between Alec and Maggie Murdaugh?
There is Alex sends a message to in his phone. It's Maggie May, stating, "Paul said you were getting a petty. Call when you done." That's from the Alex. That's from the extraction.
All right. Moving on, do we have any communications between Maggie and Paul during this time period?
At 7:05:32, we have Maggie calling Paul. It shows answered 1 minute and 31 seconds.
And then does Maggie attempt to call Marion again?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, that would be at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that'd be
Right
the
now.
7:07:40.
Okay, so let's just take a quick break here. It says 7:04. Let me go back to this timeline here and just see what we are talking about. So here we go, 6:44. Maggie received a call from Alex and she did not answer. Okay. Then Alex calls Terry. They talk. Then Paul calls John at 6:53. So 6:44, 6:50. These people are very active on their phone. I tell you what. 6:53, Paul calls John. Then 7 o'clock, Paul. sends a text to Claude, CB Rose, stating, "Are you coming tomorrow?" 7 o'clock, sunflowers died. We need to plot them under a SAP PM extraction. I think this is going to be the sunflower video, but we'll see. If that's the case, then Alex and Paul are together at 7 o'clock. I don't know, but let's see. 7:02, Maggie calls Alex. So I guess she's calling him back because he did call her at 6:43. So 15 minutes later, she calls Alex back. 7:03, Alex's phone shows 165 steps traveled from 7:03 to 7:11. So that is, like 7 minutes approximately, and only 165 steps. 7:04, Paul is at home, Moselle. 7:04 through 8:17, which could be when she leaves the petty, right? She's getting a foot massage. So this could be when she leaves, her phone connects to her Mercedes, then, and also that is plugged to a charge. So that all makes sense. Then we have 7:05, Maggie calls Marion. 7:05, Alex messages Maggie May. Paul said, "You're getting a petty, call when you're done." Then Maggie at 7:05:32, so that's before this text here. I thought it was weird that Alex texted Maggie, "Call me back." Paul said, "You're getting a pedicure, so call me back." That she would call Paul, but that was before. So you see how they did the timeline here? Weird. They did the timeline weird because Maggie calls Marion 7:05:13. Next, it should be 7:05:32. Maggie calls Paul. But first, they wanted to put at 7:05:55, Alex texts Maggie to imply that she wouldn't answer him. I think that's why they did it like this, because it's not chronological. Everything else is chronological. 7:05:13, 7:05:32, 7:07:49, always chronological, except for this one. 7:05:55 should be after all this happens. Okay. So Maggie calls Paul at 7:05. Then Paul, he's receiving, okay, so he's receiving a call from Maggie. Yeah, I know. It's the same thing. So they did talk for a minute and a half. Then Maggie calls Marion again at 7:07. So Maggie called Marion at 7:05. Then after that, she called Paul. Then at 7:07, she called Marion, and they talked for, oh no, it was just 3 seconds. So that was the phone extraction. So I do believe this is Maggie's phone number here. This is Moselle. This is Almeida. I don't know why Almeida is on this map because Maggie didn't go there, but okay. So this is Moselle. This is Almeida. And these are the activities happening on Maggie's phone around that time. Then at 7:09, Maggie called Courtney Shelbourne. Then at 7:09 again, Maggie calls mom. So I do believe that one thing we can point out is that Maggie made 4 phone calls after. So Alex texted Maggie, right? So then Maggie called Paul. Okay, but Paul doesn't count because Paul was before. So let's go to this one. So Maggie called Marion. Then Maggie called Courtney. Then Maggie called mom. Then Maggie called Barbara. So 4 phone calls, I think. After Alex had asked her to call him back right here at 7:05:55, Alex said, "Paul said you're getting a petty. Call me when you're done." So she calls Marion at 7:07. She calls Courtney at 7:09. She calls her mom at 7:09. So we'll see what the witness here has to say about this.
Maggie Murdaugh calls Marion. And when it says Marion, it's Marion Proctor.
All right, moving on to page 8, we have another map. Can you generally explain what this represents to the jury, please?
So in the top right-hand corner, we have Maggie Murdaugh with associated phone number. We have 2 points, 4147 Moselle Road in the red, and the green's going to be the Almeda property. When you're looking at this map, number 1's going to be closer to Charleston, and it's working its way. Maggie is working her way towards Moselle in this map.
All right, and the first time period you see on dot number, this number 1?
It's going to be 7:07:49
And
p.m.
the latest time period you see on the dot that's numbered 5?
That is correct. That's going to be in the Walterboro area. It's going to be 7:50:20. 7:50:20 is going to be the latest dot, and that's in the Walterboro area.
Okay, so that's when we have to wait because that noise is all in
All
the
right,
court.
moving on, looking down at 7:09:43, what, if any, activity do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie calls her mom. It shows answered 8 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Right?
Would that be Ms. Brandstetter?
That is correct.
We have an orange box. Tell the jury that quickly, please.
So that's just showing a system boot up. Could have been getting close to the Suburban, unlocking it, locking it, opening up a door, or it could just be some kind of internal components based on previous testimony from the FBI.
After that, we have 2 entries. Can you tell the jury what those 2 entries are, the time periods, and what they represent, please?
Yep. So the next 2 entries is going to be 7:14:13 to 7:22:19. It's going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 208 steps traveled during that time period. And the one below it's going to be 7:15:35 to 7:21:52. This is going to be from Alex's phone, showing that approximately 200 steps were taken during that time frame. So we have 208 steps taken from Paul during his time frame, and then Alex is around 200 steps traveled.
So just speculating, could this be the time where Paul and Alex are cutting off the tree? Let me go back. There was a 7 o'clock sunflowers died, and then 7:14 is when Paul was walking to 108, 7:15, same time frame. Alex is walking to 100 steps. So I'm pretty sure that's what happened here, but I'm not 100% sure. So we'll see what he says.
Traveled.
And both those time periods for those steps for Alec and Paul, are those generally roughly the same?
Generally the same.
Consistent?
That's correct.
Yeah, it's like they're together.
7:18:44, what, if any, activity do you see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a text message to CB Rowe saying, "Call me, please."
Going now to page 9. At the top, those 2 entries, again, explain those 2 entries to the jury.
So the first entry is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone from 7:25:03 to 7:34:47, and it's showing 139 steps taken during that time period. It's an approximate. 7:28:35 to 7:37:11 is going to be Alex Murdaugh's iPhone, showing approximately 47 steps traveled during that time period.
So again, this could be something that Paul and Alex are doing together because Paul is walking 139 steps, and then around 3 minutes later, then Alex is doing 47 steps. So they're in the same time frame pretty much. I don't know exactly what they're doing here, but it does look like they're together.
All right, 7:30 p.m., we have another data point indicating Maggie's trip home to Moselle.
That is correct.
All right, we got another map. Tell the jury what this one is, please.
This map's just showing that, her phone was pinging. It's starting at 7:30.
Whose phone is this?
This is
again?
going to be Paul. I'm sorry, Paul
yeah.
Murdaugh. It's going to be in the right-hand corner. It's going to say Paul
Oh, you
Murdaugh
said
with
her.
the phone number on top. This
You
is just
said
showing
her.
where his phone was pinging on June 7, 2021, starting at 7:30, and then all the way to 8:40 p.m.
All right, we see 2 cell towers there and then some arcs. Where do those arcs intersect?
The arcs intersect close to the property at Moselle Road.
And if you would, just tell the jury the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
The earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time reflected is going to be 7:40:21 p.m. on June 7, 2021.
So Paul's phone is at the Moselle location according to this data.
That is correct.
All right. Bottom of page 9. Do we have any communications between Maggie and Marion Proctor?
We do. At 7:31:13 p.m., we show a call from Maggie to Marion at 7:39, which is the length of the call.
7 minutes and 39 seconds.
That's correct.
Does that include connection time as well?
It does.
Okay.
Do we have any step data on Paul's phone in the time period around this time?
Paul's phone shows between 7:35:10 and 7:41:43. It shows roughly around 171 steps traveled during that time frame.
7:37.
Okay, so let me go back and break it down because I get lost in the monotony and the numbers, and I don't know if this is something the jury may feel also, but I definitely get a little lost when they're going through all this, these time frames with seconds and steps and all of that. So we were just talking about 7:31. So let me go to this timeline here, which shows a little bit better the PDF. 7:31. Okay. So right before that, what was happening with Maggie? Okay. So Maggie apparently looks like she finished her pedicure, right? 7:05. So looks like Maggie finished her pedicure because she got into her car. So I want to see. About 7:05, Maggie's still getting her pedicure, right? Then what was the time that her phone connected to her car? Right here. Okay, 7:05, 7 o'clock is when Maggie is getting a pedicure. So about 7:04, right? Maggie is in the car. 7:05. Okay. So Maggie's in the car. Maggie makes the phone calls to mom, to Courtney. Maggie calls Barbara. Then Maggie even does a find my phone at 7:21. So I don't know if maybe her phone fell into the car, and then somewhere in the car she couldn't find it because 7:21 she accesses the Find My Phone app. Then at 7:30, Maggie's phone is on Savannah, South Carolina. Savannah Highway, South Carolina. Okay, Savannah Highway. Okay, then we have 7:31. So she found her phone in the car. Then 7:31, she calls Marion. They talk for 7.5 minutes. That's a long time, but I talked to a lot of my friends for that long. Then we have, okay, where's Maggie? I want to see Maggie. 7:39, she calls Barbara. Then I don't know if Maggie is at home. I don't know if Maggie is still in the car. 7:50, she calls Barbara again. So I'm just trying to go through Maggie. And what else? I don't see anything else on Maggie here. So I don't want to get too far on this timeline. The last thing I see is at 8:17 Maggie's phone shows 38 steps. Okay. I'm not going to get too far because in my head, Maggie was in the salon about 7 o'clock, about 7:18 or no, about 7:04. Maggie got into her car because her phone connected to her Mercedes. Then Maggie made a bunch of phone calls And I'm assuming she is driving because here is where she was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's driving towards Moselle, right? So she's driving towards Moselle, and all these phone calls and all these activities are happening from 7:07 p.m. until 7:50. So that is a long drive to get a pedicure. I mean, she went to get a pedicure all the way in Charleston and she's in Moselle here. That's, a story for another day. But I was just trying to focus on what was happening with Maggie. What was happening with her? What did Maggie's phone tell us? What did Maggie's phone tell us that was happening with her? So far, that's all I got. So I don't want to get too carried away on this. So let's go back to the 7:30 phone call, 7 minutes long. That's what Peter was testifying to.
7 and 7:38. Do we see any activity on Paul's phone with some of his friends?
Okay, and I missed from here to here. So Maggie called Marion, 7 minutes 39 seconds. Then we have 7:35. Paul's phone show 171 steps traveled, and then we have 7:37. Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle stating because I have a short-term memory loss, and then a 7:38. We have a message from Megan, from message to Paul from Megan stating Paul. Okay, that's where I was at.
Yeah, Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle Beck stating, BC, I have short-term memory loss. And that was based off his phone extraction. And then Paul Murdaugh receives an iMessage from Megan Kimbrell stating Paul.
Okay.
All right, moving now to page 10. Going to 7:39:55. Can you tell the jury what that data point reflects on?
What he calls page 10 is actually page 35, just so we know.
Your summary timeline.
So from earlier testimony, you've seen this this video. This is just a thumbnail picture, and this is when it's showing it was created in Paul Murdaugh's phone. And we have a little screenshot of the creation time. It's going to show 7:39:55 is when this thumbnail was created in Paul's phone.
And remind the jury what video that is. Let's say we got a thumbnail there, but
Yep.
what video is that?
This is going to be that Snapchat video that was sent to a few friends of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh on the tree that's leaning over.
Okay, so I'm going to go back here just so that we all see this, because I know that people want to value this video a lot because Alex is wearing different clothing from when he was talking to the investigators right after he found the bodies. So here is this little box that has the date and time of the creation of the Snapchat video. So that is at 7:39 p.m. So this puts Alex in the house. Well, this places, I'm gonna say places. It's easier for me. This places Alex in the Moselle property at 7:39 p.m. 7:40, pretty much, right? So modification, access time, deleted time, change time. So all of these times are the same as the creation time. So I have no argument here that at 7:40, Alex is in the Moselle property.
This is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation.
That's correct, based on previous testimony, yes.
All right. 7:41 to 7:48. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right. And just talked about the Snapchat video. Looking at this map, whose phone is this? And explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific.
That is correct.
All right. And we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally sort of in the center of this image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house,
The cabin.
the cabin.
All right. And what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data.
Okay, wait a second. Let me just go
7:54,
back.
7:56. GPS data on Paul's phone. Do we have any step, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right. And just talked about the Snapchat video. Looking at this map, whose phone is this? And explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific.
That is correct.
All right. And we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally sort of in the center of this image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house,
The cabin.
the cabin.
All right. And what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data for that
Is
area.
7:54, 7:50.
Okay, I think now I get it. So here on this document, I'm going to make it a little bigger so we can read it. So he's saying these blue dots are the Apple location, the GPS data from our phone. So that is more accurate than just the Verizon cell tower. And then this is the Moselle property. This here is where the kennels are. And I do believe that he's saying these times is when the phone was here, 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 and then at the kennel. I'm not sure if he said 7:56 or 7:46. So I'll go back a little bit to see. And then this here on the bottom, 8 o'clock is also Paul's phone. This document is Paul's phone location data. So let's see what he's saying about all this.
7:56. Sorry, it's hard to see.
And then we have two data points at the bottom.
Mhm.
Is that where it's
Yeah.
generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field.
Mhm.
It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godly Farm roadside, and that's going to be a data point at 8 and 42 seconds and 8 and 44.
8 o'clock,
That's correct. 8 p.m. June
8
7th.
p.m.
Oh, darn it.
Okay. So far, I'm following. That's the main goal here. I
Down the
want
bottom
to
of
follow.
Page 10, is there any step data on Paul's phone?
There is. It shows approximately 89 steps traveled during
What time periods?
7:45 p.m. to 7:55.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury
Okay,
whose
hold on.
phone that is and what that data point is, please.
So this is going to be
So from 7:45 to 7:55. So we were here on this map. Then we have 7:45 p.m. to 8 p.m. This is what's happening with the phone. Here we go, and then here we go. So once again, the phone was at the kennels, and here in this area between 7:45 until 7:56. The phone is all the way here on the bottom of this picture at 8 o'clock. And then 7:45 to 7:55, Paul's phone shows 89 steps traveled, which could very well be the time he's in the kennel, right? He's right here and he's trying to get the dog to sit so he can create the video showing the tail. And then we keep going here. We have Maggie's phone. We have a Verizon tower. This is the last call with cell tower data on the record. This is at 7:50 p.m. where Maggie calls Barbara and she answers for 8 seconds. So what could be 8 seconds, right? Hey, Barbara, I'll call you back later. I'm getting home right now. Love you. Bye. Something like that. I don't know. Then Paul at 7:52, which was at the kennel still. His phone is 7% battery life, and he's trying to make a video just so we remember what's going on. Then at 7:55, 3 minutes later, Paul's phone shows 262 steps. And then the same time, 7:55, Alex's phone shows 270. So this shows that they're together, right? This to me shows that they are together. I don't know what that means, but that's what it shows to me. Then at 7:55, Paul's phone is 6% battery. 7:56, Paul's iPhone at Caretaker House on Moselle Road. Paul's iPhone at Caretaker House. Okay, I don't know what that means. 7:56, Snapchat video of Alex. Oh, okay. So this is where they're doing the video. They're making the video of the tree. So this has nothing to do with the kennels as far as the tail goes. This is the video of the tree, right? They're together here, obviously, because it shows right here they're together. Now, wasn't there another time in this timeline where it showed that they were together, or that it seemed like they were together? Right here, 7:25, Paul and Alex seems to be together. 7:14, Paul and Alex seem to be together. So 7:14, they seem to be together until 7:21, then 7:25. So they're still together. Okay, that's fine. Then we here have at the time they're making the tree video, 7:55. So they've been together for like almost an hour, because 7:15, 7:25, 7:55, they are traveling the same amount of steps. Okay. So then we have the Snapchat video of the tree. Snapchat video of Alex on Paul's Snapchat account. Then we have Paul's phone showing 5%. And Paul was sending this because it says video sent at this time. So Paul is not saving battery here. He's sending his Snapchat video to his Snapchat account. So if my phone is dying, I'm probably not going to be making a Snapchat video. But I don't understand. Maybe Paul is doing that because he's home. He has a charger. He doesn't care if his phone dies. Oops. If his phone dies, he just goes back and charges his phone. So that's fine. Video sent at this time. Okay, so but this will, to me, disprove the theory that, oh, but Paul is an avid phone user, and the fact that his battery is dying should be equal to him not using the phone anymore, because he's using the phone at 6% right here. Then his phone is at 5%. Then at 7:57, Paul receives a Snapchat message from Brian stating, "Damn, man, needs some straps on it." So Brian is giving him some advice on this tree video. So I'm going to stop here on this PDF document for the tree video and go back to the testimony of SLED Special Agent Peter Rudolfski.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area. The time is 7:50:03 p.m.
All right, and moving down, we're starting to see some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28. It's going to show Paul
What does
Murdaugh's
battery life
iPhone
represent? That would
battery
be
at
battery
7%.
life.
And in your review generally of Paul's cell phone data, was it generally consistent for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low battery life on it?
That's correct.
And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday, the day
Previous
before?
testimony, yes.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You know, he's
All right,
still
below
using
that, 7:55 time period, we have two entries. Can you explain those two entries to the jury and how they relate to each other, if anything?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled. And a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone traveling approximately 270 steps during that time period.
And then at 7:56, what is reflected as it relates to that Snapchat video?
This is when the Snapchat video referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified to this, but it was created when?
I believe 7:39:55
And it was sent out to his friends when?
at 7:56 p.m.
Moving
Paul
on to
did
page
seem to
12
like
at 7:57 is when
the farm, the Moselle property a lot because I don't know any 20-something-year-old kid that is sending a video of their dad doing work on the home to his friends on Snapchat. You know, it seems like he really loved that property.
one of his friends respond.
Yes, he receives a Snapchat message from Brian Murdaugh
Oops, sorry.
stating, "Damn, man, needs some straps. Oh, it."
On it.
Now we're
On
moving
it.
into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we have a map here.
Okay.
First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
And starting up at the, it's sort of the top center, more to the right. Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right. And what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
All right. And then we see the dots sort of moving down. And in what direction are they generally moving?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All right.
Okay,
And then
let's
down
see
at the
how
bottom of
this
the screen,
looks.
at what time?
Let's see how this looks in the document. Let's see. Okay, so this, let me make it a little bigger. A lot bigger. So this is Paul iPhone location data. You have the Moselle property is the red thing right here. 607 location data. So over here. So this is the home. Are these the kennels or this is the phone moving from here to here to here? This is Paul's phone. 8:08, 8:14. I phone a caretaker's house on Moselle Road at 8:01. Okay, let's see what he explains about this because I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. Let's see. Okay.
Do we see that data point stop at the main residence?
8:14,
What's the first data point?
8:08:45, and then 8:14.
Paul's at the main
PM.
residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
All right, and just on page 13, we have some earlier data points. Is this map kind of out of order just a little bit?
It is. So this is just going to be earlier data points at 8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
All right. So that one should have gone before this one, the one at the bottom of page 12.
That's correct.
Which reflects Paul again getting back to the main residence at what time?
8:08:45 p.m.
Looking below, again on page 13, do we see two entries for Paul and Alex's phone? And if so, please explain to the jury what they are.
So for Alex's phone, we show between 8:05 and 8:09 that his phone approximately took 54 steps traveled during that time period. And then for Paul, we show 8:05:46 to 8:15:24. We show approximately 303 steps traveled during that time period.
So Paul is always walking more than Alex on these.
Moving on to page 14, do we see that
times
same
that
map
they're
again?
together.
Paul's phone reflecting him arriving at the residence at 8:08.
8:08:45, correct.
And then still pinging there at what time? At the bottom time?
8:14 p.m.
All right. Again, at 8:07, what, if anything, do we see?
At 8:07:20, we see that Paul is sending Snapchats to a few friends. That's basically
Let's see. Who are these friends? Kay Cromer, Belser, B. Ziegler, 62, Madison Head. Okay, let's not see all the names. I thought it was gonna be like, the dogs' names have great names. I thought it would be funny names, but I guess this is just regular friends.
All right, the next
that he
entry
has.
is in purple, and then there's kind of a line going from that. Explain what that purple reference, that time period references, and then the line that travels down the side of your timeline. Explain to the jury what that's going to represent generally to the various phones as we go forward.
Right?
As we go forward, anytime you see purple, that's going
Okay.
to represent Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And for this instant, it's going to represent on the left-hand side, the line going down. Anytime you see a line next to something, that means whatever it says on the left. So if it says device locked, it means the device was locked during those other time periods.
Oh.
This is going to show from 8:11:08 to 8:31:15 that Maggie's iPhone.
Okay,
was
so let
locked.
me show you here on the timeline what he is talking about. By the way, I don't know why they keep referencing the document being a different page than what I have. They have a page 14 out of 43. I want page 40 out of 88. So that is odd. But anyways, see here on top, I have page 44 out of 88. And then this is the purple line that he's talking about. And then from 8:11 to 8:31, all of these other things are happening. And the purple line is here on the left because the purple line means Maggie's phone was locked. So let's see what happens.
And as we move down, you can see it continue to the next page. That means during those times it's locked.
All right, and so we'll see multiple of those as you go forward, just explaining time periods where various devices were locked or other things were going on.
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. Moving on to page 15, we have a map. Explain to the jury whose phone this is and what it represents.
So this is going to be for CB Row, and this is a overview map. You can see Augusta, the North Augusta area, and it's showing the sector and the tower that it's pinging off of at 7:13:15 in the North Augusta area.
You say 713 or 813?
I'm sorry, 8:13:15.
Pay attention,
CB
dude.
Rowe's phone is pinging over here, way over here in Augusta. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving to the next map. Whose phone is this? If you could tell whose phone this is, and then what data points you see on
says
this
right
particular
here.
map.
So this
On
is
the
going to be Paul
right-hand
Murdaugh's
side.
iPhone location data. So this is going to be separate from like Verizon location data. And this is showing at the area of the main house, bottom left. And the data starts at 8:14 and goes all the way to 8:35:07.
835. Paul's phone is located where?
At the main house, 4147 Moselle Road.
And down at the bottom of page 15, do we have any step reference for Paul?
We do from 8:15:55 to 8:21:45. We're showing approximately 140 steps traveled.
Okay. Okay, so I do see this is a condensed timeline that they're talking about. Let me just go back to the timeline long form I have. This map here, CB Rowe's phone number. I have no idea why they talked about this. I don't understand in the story that he is telling me what is the point of that. Here he references this as being the main house. I was under the impression this was the main house because this has the little red icon as this does, but maybe there's the canals. This is what he's saying the last time. No, I don't know if he said the last time. He said 8:35 was when Paul's phone was here at the house for the last time. I think that's what he said. Then we have 8:15 to 8:21, the 140 steps. Maybe he went from here. Oh no, because 8:35 he's still in the house. 8:19. Paul at residence. Okay, that makes sense. 8:17 Maggie's phone ends connection to Mercedes. So even though her phone was locked, everything is fine because here we have a phone is unplugged at 8:17. So she's been in the road for a little while. Now, Paul's phone keeps dying, 4%. Then we have Maggie's phone, 38 steps taken. Okay, 8:18. Paul connects to Wi-Fi. And then Paul receives Snapchat from Ansley Wilson. He's got the magic touch. Then 8:23, Paul sends outgoing Snapchat to Marlene saying he's hurt. Okay, I don't know. Let's see what the testimony on this is.
Paul arrived back at the residence about 8:08. You testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
At 8:17 and 14 seconds, what, if anything, do you see on Maggie's phone?
So it's highlighted purple in reference to Maggie. It's going to show
Okay.
that her phone ended at the connection to the Mercedes-Benz, which is the MBUX 95224. It shows that it's unplugged.
And what does that mean? What does that reference mean as it relates to Maggie's phone? and
She unplugged the phone.
Mercedes she was driving
It means that she unplugged her phone
from
Great
that
thing.
from
vehicle.
that vehicle.
Yes,
And the data
there.
generally reflects that she's at the residence at that point.
That is correct.
Yes.
Paul
We get it.
8:08, Maggie 8:17.
That is correct.
Alex's last data point on his phone was 6:52, right?
That is correct, based on the Verizon records.
We have at 8:17:44 p.m. Do we have a battery reference for Paul?
We do. It shows that his iPhone was at 4% battery life at that time.
As we continue forward, do we see Paul continue to use his phone?
We do.
We do. That's true.
At 8:19, or I'm sorry, 8:17 to 8:18, what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing approximately 38 steps taken during that time frame.
Right. And that would be after her phone disconnects from the Mercedes.
Yeah, it would be her like
That's
leaving the
correct.
car and going to the house.
8:19 p.m., what do we see on Paul's phone?
We see that he connects to a PRTC Wi-Fi and that he receives a Snapchat message from Ansley Wilson stating he got the magic touch. He also sends another outgoing text message or Snapchat message.
Right. Now, PRTC, his phone connects to PRTC. What is PRTC?
So PRTC is going to be the local internet telephone provider for this area.
Like
So it's just
Comcast
showing a Wi-Fi connection.
And was PRTC, to your knowledge, providing services to Moselle Road?
They were providing services to the main house and then the cabin.
Okay.
All right, going
Oh, and
below
the
that, we have a series of communications. And whose communications are these going sort of back and forth? A series of communications.
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's series of communications.
Paul and
I'm not going to
Megan.
read each one or have you read each one, but are these generally?
Okay, I'll read it then. Okay, Paul and Megan. Let's see. He's got her to Ainsley. Then Paul sends. Okay, wait. Let me share this first. All right. So he's got the magic touch. He's hurt. Paul sends to Megan. Megan. Paul receives a message from Megan. Where are you avoiding me? Paul says, when? Oh, Paul is one of those guys, huh? Paul says to Megan, when? Paul receives a message from Miss Morgan, somebody else. I have not received anything back yet. Did you get the Lee's email? Paul receives from Megan. You didn't send me any movie recommendations. Then Paul responds to Megan, haha, didn't have a good one. Will's might. Paul receives a message from Megan. Oh my God. Maggie Murdaugh shows 43 steps traveled from 8:30 to 8:33. So 8:17, her phone disconnected. Then she walked 38 steps. Then 8:30 to 8:33, 43 steps. Okay, let's go back to the testimony.
Communications going back and forth with his friends.
That is correct.
Why are you avoiding me, boo? When?
And on this page, they
I asked you for
start
movies.
about what time and continue
Oh my
for about what time?
Start around 8:23 and go all the way to 8:29.
Well,
I think we keep on going down. Yeah, about 8:30. It's about 8:23 to 8:30.
all right, at 8:30 to 8:33 p.m., what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie
We're showing that
shows
her
43
phone took
steps.
approximately 42 steps traveled during that time. period.
43. Pay attention, bro. Chop, chop. Talking seconds, minutes here.
And that starts at what time that Maggie's phone starts reflecting steps?
8:30 p.m.
About 8:30. Going on to the next page, page 17. Going back just real quick on page 16, generally that series of communications with Paul and his friends, is he generally responding fairly quickly to the communications back and forth?
Yes.
He is either, it's their Snapchat and iMessages. He's responding and using those two
Same minutes,
applications very
same,
frequently.
he is. Fair. Okay.
Now we're at the top of page 17 at 8:31 p.m. Describe to the jury generally what this data entry is.
So this is going to be a group message from John Marvin Murdaugh. He's talking about how they're planning to go visit their dad tomorrow and asking if anyone else is going. listed here, everyone that's in that group message.
And that's generally a number of family members.
That is correct.
And the dad they're referring to is who?
It's going to be Alex's dad.
Mr. Randolph.
That is correct.
And based on your knowledge of investigation, he had had a turn for the worst health-wise around this time?
That is correct.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's talk about that very quickly.
And it does say here that Maggie's phone did not unlock for this notification until 8:49:26. So it was 8:31 group text, then 8:49.
That did the defendant receive, or did his phone receive that text?
His phone and Maggie's phone both received the text message.
And did the defendant ever read that text according to the phone at least?
According to the phone, it was not read until the following day, 6/8/21 at 1:44:49 p.m.
And that text came in at what time?
8:31 on the dot.
And did Maggie read that text right away, at least according to the phone?
8:31 to
She
8:49.
did not.
No.
And when did her phone finally read that text?
Around 8:49:26.
What time?
8:49:26 is when Maggie read that text.
8:49.
8:49.
Okay, wait a second. Wait. So why does it say here on this PDF? Why does it say at 8:31:15, which is 8:31, 15 seconds before this group text, Maggie Murdaugh phone unlocks an orientation change to landscape completed. Maggie Murdaugh's phone shows a message from Lynn G that was read at that time. So up here, they're saying did not unlock for the notification, but right here, it unlocked. I am confused about this one. Because he's
And
implying she
8:31,
didn't look.
What, if any, entry do we see?
So at the 8:31:15, Maggie Murdaugh's phone unlocks and does orientation changes.
Okay.
And then at 8:31:18 to 8:49,
So she saw the notification.
we show that her phone was locked.
At 8:31, there's an orientation change. Does the data reflect that her phone was unlocked at that period of time?
Then she
That's
locked it.
correct.
All right. And then what happens after that at 8:31 and 18 seconds?
That was an inconsistent statement, in my
Her
opinion.
device is locked until 8:49.
Please let me know what you
26.
think.
8:49:26. Is that correct?
8:49:26.
All right.
Yeah, because very easily, right? She got the text. Am I missing something here? Very easily, she got this text at 8:31, the group text. 8:31:15, so 15 seconds after this text, she unlocked the phone, orientation changed to landscape. Then again, 3 seconds later, she locked the phone. So she looked at the text. She's like, oh, group text, family, locked it. Then it was locked until 8:49. So I don't know why they're saying that she didn't see the one, maybe it didn't say read, but you still see it's a group text from the family. I don't know why they're saying it like that.
At 8:32:25, we have an entry in green and then a line going down. Can you explain to the jury those time periods and what, if any, significance they have?
So green is going to reflect Paul Murdaugh. Anytime you see green, it's going to be Paul, and purple is going to be Maggie. That's reflecting that his iPhone moved approximately 283 steps during that time period. So on the left-hand side, as we go down, and you're going to see other data entry points. If you see the green next to it, that means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's, and this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right. And where is that iPhone location data located?
That's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right. And tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
Cougher. The cougher
What
has been
happens at
coughing
8:40?
since day one of the trial
Phone is
in
at the
court.
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
starting at what time?
8:40:20.
Okay.
You have about a 4-minute call. What time was that in?
8:44.
So this is getting to the
At 8:44.
this is getting to the video with the puppy, with the dog. So I do want to go over this real quick in detail so we understand what's going on and then we hear the testimony. So here we had the group text, blah blah blah. Lynn at 8:31. I'm in court all week. Then we have Paul receives a call from Lucille Boyle at 8:32 and he rejected. Then at 8:32, Paul was walking around his phone. In 10 minutes, his phone shows 283 steps. Now here we have the iPhone location data, and that does look like this is the kennels, right? And this here on the bottom left is the main property. The upper red, so big circle here is where the kennels are. After 8:44 p.m., there were no records with a radius less than 200 until 10:18. So this is Paul's phone. Now, 8:38 to 8:45 is where we have this. This is the phone. These are the pings. Then 8:38, Paul's phone is at 3% battery. It's just dying and dying. Then we have Paul receives the Snapchat from Mr. Robinson. Then at 8:43, Paul's phone shows 2% battery. So this doesn't mean that he's still using it because he received the Snapchat. Doesn't say he looked at it, he's sending anything. So okay, just if they say that. Now 8:44, Maggie's phone screen on, which would be like that, maybe screen on, screen off, right? Then 8:44, Paul initiates FaceTime with Rogan, and that was 11 seconds, which probably means the FaceTime video is not going through from what I've heard, but I don't know. 8:44:55, video extracted through Paul's phone at the kennels has Alex in the background talking along with Maggie. Now, this is not 100%, it's 99% because we know that everybody and their mama who has testified in this trial has identified the voice as Alex's voice in the background. But we don't know what the defense is going to say about that. It does sound like they actually, never mind. It does sound like they admitted to that because today or yesterday, Friday, when Jim was reading through the motion for a direct verdict, asking the judge to give a direct verdict because the prosecution has not provided enough evidence that could lead a jury to convict. He did say they didn't prove it. If anything, the only thing they proved was that Alex was at the kennels. So that, I guess, it is being looked at as a fact. Now, This is at 8:44. So at 8:44 p.m., Alex is in the house. So I'm going to actually just put a note here for me. Okay, this is the kennels video. So Alex is in the house. Alex is at Moselle at 8:44 because we do have the Snapchat. Now, a lot of people are saying a lot of things about this. All we're going to leave at that. All we're going to do is leave it at that at this moment. Okay. Alex is at the house. Now, 8:45, Paul at incident location through location service. I don't know what that means. Okay, now we have 8:47. Paul sends a message to Megan. Haha, kidding. Don't remember what that happened. 8:48. Paul sends another message. Star was Born is the movie. Okay. I've never watched The Star is Born. I think it's like a musical. And I know it's very famous. Everybody loves that movie. But I don't know. For some reason, it just really never happened. So, anyways. So Star is Born. Then 8:48, Paul's phone display on. So display on. One thing is the lock screen, another thing is the display. So display on. Then we have Paul's phone unlocked at 8:48. So Paul receives an iMessage from Megan stating, "No, I need something happy. I don't like watching sad movies." See, Megan understands what I mean. Now, 8:48 to 8:49, Paul's phone backlight is on. Then 8:48 to 8:49, Paul's phone was last unlocked. Next activity for the notification of a message from Rogan at 9:58 stating, "Yo." So, okay, 8:48:58 to 8:49:01 p.m. This is when the phone was last unlocked. And I think this is what the state is suggesting the time of death is. But his phone was kind of dying, right? Here at 8:43, it had 2% battery life. So I'm just going to make a note of that because I find it interesting, but I do believe from what I vaguely remember that the state is saying that that's when he died. I don't know. Let's see what happens because here at 8:43 was when his phone was at 2%. So I don't think the state would have brought that in. Like, oh, okay, so his phone was at 2%, and then he didn't answer anymore. And he's answering constantly, and all of a sudden he stops answering. Why? Because he died? No, probably because his phone um is dead, but I don't know what is going on. So let's see what they have to say for the testimony.
4:34, what, if anything, does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
This is when this video was extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, you can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the kennel video at
That's
8:44.
That's a kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct?
Following below that, at 8:47 and 8:48, does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell. And it looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
Going to the top of page 19.
Mm-hmm.
What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
All right. And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58 to 8:49:01.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked,
Ever?
ever. $8:49:01.
And the next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to,
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
that is correct.
And continue on with that data entry, what does it indicate? What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows any activity?
10:18. That's when,
And the 8:48 to 8:49
oh,
PM?
I'm sorry, next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
Creighton's like, I'll keep asking until you tell me what I want to hear. Which, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the answer. It's just funny. He's like, what was the last activity? 8:49. What was the last activity? 10:18. What was the last activity? 9:58. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. What happened? What was the last thing? So 8:49 was when Paul's phone was last unlocked. So pretty much when Paul stopped using his phone. He has been using his phone constantly, all these minutes. He's playing with Megan. He's talking about movies. He's calling, texting, Snapchatting, doing all these things. Then all of a sudden, 8:48, 8:49, his phone is unlocked, last unlocked for the last time. Then he gets a text at 9:58 from Rogan saying, yo, and then.
Looking at this entry with the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
And was it ever open again until it died at 10:34:23?
It was not.
Creighton's like, until it
8:49:01 was the
died,
last time.
meaning that's when he died. Come on, Creighton, you don't need to do all that. We get it.
Before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
Just a few seconds later, does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, so approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for text message notification, and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you earlier referred to?
That is correct, that group message. believe it was in response to Lynn.
And at 8:49:31, here in red, what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks forever
Forever. Until when?
until it's recovered the next day at 1:10 p.m.
On June 8th.
on June 8th by law
Okay.
enforcement.
Okay.
Do both Maggie and Paul's phone lock forever around 8:49?
They do.
They do? Minute
At
after.
8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
It does. It received a text from Rogan Gibson.
And what does that
9:58.
text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it.
Oh,
Marianne, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. That shows unread.
okay.
Never read that.
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
Okay.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And then the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before
Objection.
their phones go silent forever.
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Leading. It's leading.
No, leave your witness. Restate the question.
Oh, I thought the facts were not in evidence, but leading. Okay. So I'm going to take a pause here real quick because this is the juicy stuff, right? This is what we are here for. So this is the document. Let me see. Can I share this one? Okay. So from the timeline at 8:44. At 8:44:55, Alex is at the kennels. Okay. Alex is at the kennel, Maggie is at the kennel, and Paul are at the kennel. The three of them are at the kennel at 8:44. Now, the next interesting thing, in my opinion, was when Paul's phone was at 2%, which was at 8:43. So this is like 1 minute before they did the Snapchat video, his phone was already dying at 8:43. So if this was the whole evidence, I would say no, because Paul's phone died, So 8:43, his phone's at 2%. Then he does a video a minute later, which probably killed his phone even more, at 8:44, right? Then at 8:48 is when Paul stops, when his phone locks for the last time at 8:48. Paul's phone is locked at 8:49 here, 8:49 here. Paul's phone was last unlocked. So far, right? They're here together at 8:44, right? So maybe Alex is there, Paul is there, Maggie's there. If I go with the presumption of innocence, maybe Alex is headed to his mom's house. He stops over there to say, hey guys, I'll be right back. Then he sees the chicken, he helps with the chicken. Then he leaves at like 8:50 or something. Then Paul's phone was last unlocked at 8:49. And then Maggie's phone is also unlocked at, that was my dog. And then Maggie's phone was also unlocked at the same time, 8:49. Right here. So that is weird. So that does, to me, show that both phones were locked kind of around 8:49. So I think this is very good evidence for the state that Alex was there. 5 minutes later, I don't know if Alex is still there or not, but Maggie's phone and Paul's phone are locking for the last time around the same time. So they stopped using their phone altogether. So this is circumstantial evidence, and I have been defending the defense team the whole time because I do like to presume the innocence, but this to me is a big deal. Okay, let's see what else they have. But to me, the fact that both of the phones, because even yesterday somebody was saying something on my Twitter, and I said, "Oh, so my phone, if I don't answer my phone, does that mean I'm dead?" No, but if both people stop and their phones are locked to never be unlocked again at the same time, that is an indication that it could have been when they were murdered. So we'll see. Let's see what else they say about this.
Did the defendant repeatedly deny ever being at the kennels at that
Yes.
time period?
Yes, he did. Various interviews with law enforcement.
And was that kennel video, what time was that kennel video?
8:44.
And what time did Paul and Maggie's phones go silent forever?
Answered it several times.
Objection is overruled.
8:49 is when their phones went silent forever.
At 8:53, do we see any activity on Maggie's phone?
We do. At this time, as you can see to the right, her phone is locked, but we do see that 59 steps were traveled over the period of 8:53 to 8:55.
And that just means the phone was moving, correct?
That is correct.
Do we see some orientation changes as well?
We do between 8:53:08 and 8:55:32. We see various orientation changes, which would indicate that someone has the phone based on previous testimony.
Moving on to page 20. At the top, we have 8:55, and we have a reference to a data point. Can you explain that to the jury, whose phone that is, and just generally what that is based on information gathered in the investigation?
8:55:48.
8:55:48, yes, sir.
That's just a internal application running in the background for Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It's just the iPhones will take a random snapshot of what's going on in the phone. So that's just reflecting that there was some, behind the scenes stuff happening in her phone. It's not saying that someone was actively using it.
Hold on for me just real quick. Right here at the bottom of page 13, we have a reference to step data on Alex's phone.
That's correct.
And what are those time periods?
8:05:35 to 8:09:52. It's showing 54 steps traveled.
All right. Turning to page 20. Happens to Alex's phone around 9:02.
Pretty much wakes up
And what data point is reflected?
from 9:02:18 p.m. to 9:06:47. It shows 283 steps traveled.
Okay, before we go to Alex's phone, let me just go back to this document here real quick, just so we can go over the time frames one more time. We were talking about when Maggie's phone locked forever, right? 8:49:31, Maggie's phone is locked. Then we have Rogan sent a text to Paul, but this at 8:49, Paul's phone was already locked, right? Because right here, 8:49, Paul's phone was locked. 8:49:31, Maggie's phone was locked. Then, so 30 seconds later, which is very consistent with them being shot, right? Because they shoot Paul, then 30 seconds later they shoot Maggie. But if they were shooting Paul at 8:49 when he last looked at his phone, then wouldn't she try to call or do something between those 30 seconds um, to try to save her son? You know, I don't know. But okay, 8:49, Maggie's phone is locked. Then we have Rogan sending a message to Paul. Then we have 8:53. Her phone, Maggie's phone, is not unlocked, but it shows 59 steps traveled. Then we have Maggie's phone going from vertical to sideways. Then we have Maggie's phone 2 minutes and 29 activity duration. What is that? Like an exercise activity? Like what is this 2 minutes and 29 activity that they're talking about right here? Then again, her phone on A54 is vertical, then A55 sideways, A55 vertical, then A55. Maggie's phone took a snapshot of an open app running in the background. Okay, now that's interesting. Who did that? And then here it says iPhone will take random snapshots of accesses that are open when you change apps or swipe up for the home screen. The time does not reflect when the app was changed, only when the phone takes the photo. Okay, so I'm going to take a note of this because if at 8:55 Maggie's phone took a snapshot of an open app, maybe her phone was not last used at 8:49, right? And that would stretch that time of death a little bit longer. So then we have 8:55 to 9:03, Maggie's phone backlights off. Then at 9:02, Nick Godley calls Rogan Gibson. Then at 9:02, we have Alex's phone. Alex's phone is waking up, and then it shows 283 steps traveled. And then they pick a red color for Alex. As you can see here, the purple is Maggie, the green is Paul, and then they pick red for Alex. Okay, this is Paul's phone. Then we're gonna go to 9:03 system startup. I don't know if that's a phone or a car. Then Paul receives a call at 9:03. Mariana does not show extraction. Then Maggie's iPhone backlight is on. 9:03, 9:04, Alex calls Maggie and missed call Maggie's phone. Alex calls Maggie and does not show on the extraction, right? Again, every time he calls Maggie or Paul is not showing on the extraction. It's only showing on the Verizon CDR. Then 9:04, Maggie's phone backlight off. 9:05, Alex calls Randy. 9:05:43, Maggie's phone is backlight on. 9:06, Maggie's phone implements orientation change to portrait. And then incoming call from Alex on Maggie's phone does not show on extraction. Or Dylan Hightower. 9:06, Alex calls Maggie, not answered. Missed call Maggie's phone. 9:06, Maggie's phone sideways orientation. Okay, so let me go back to the testimony and see what he is going to testify about that part of the timeline.
And how long? How many minutes roughly?
5 minutes, 6 minutes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 521 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
This is going to be a pay spreadsheet for Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh that I created.
Your Honor, this time I would offer States 521 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Can I be on, please?
Yeah, I'll be honest, this is looking bad. In my opinion, it's looking bad. The time of the phones last unlocking to me is looking pretty bad. Is there the candles at 8:44, 8:49?
Tell the jury real
phone's
quick,
locked.
as we look at this exhibit, just admitted,
see.
just
What does this
generally,
mean?
we have at the top, tell them quickly what this is and what these columns represent. Explain this chart, if you would.
First column entry, that's just going to be from all the various entries from the phone data. We have a start time, we have a end time, we have the time elapsed in between, the estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute calculation, which is going to be the far right.
And the steps, those are the data entries in this timeline that you've been testifying to as reflected from the phone data.
That is correct.
And then the last column is just a simple calculation of steps based on the time periods of those readings.
That is correct.
And the last step readings that we have on Paul's phone are from what time to what time?
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
Okay,
One
but
for Maggie as well, is that correct?
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8.
okay, but Paul was still. So his last step was at 8:42. They said. Let me see. His last step reading. Paul's last step reading was at 8:42, but he was still talking. He was still texting around 8:42, right? Because at 8:43, I'm sorry, at 8:44 is when he did the Canos video. So 8:42 last steps, okay?
The estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute calculation, which is going to be the far right.
And the steps, those are the data entries in this timeline that you've been testifying to as reflected from the phone data.
That is correct.
And then the last column is just a simple calculation of steps based on the time periods of those readings.
That is correct.
And
Yes,
the last
sir.
step readings that we have on
Sir.
Paul's phone are from what time to what time?
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
Roughly 10 minutes, 29
We have one
steps
for Maggie as well, is that correct?
per minute.
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8:55.
And then down at the
Okay,
bottom.
wait a second. I thought her phone dies at 8:49. The last time, hold on. Last step, Maggie. Okay, so 8:49 is when Maggie's phone unlocks for a text message. Then 8:49:31, Maggie's phone is locked for the last time. But this here is saying that there were steps being recorded.
Who do we have?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's pay spreadsheet.
Let's talk about this a little bit. if you would, start with entry 21. And what time periods is that? This is Alex's phone, correct?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Right, time period.
6:52 to 7:02.
How many steps?
Approximately 283.
And how many steps per minute based on a simple math calculation?
Estimated 29.34.
Right? 22, time period, steps, and steps per minute.
7:03 to 7:11. Approximately 165 steps. Estimated 19.26 steps per minute.
24,
24 is going to be 7:28 to 7:37. Approximately 47 steps and estimated 5.46 steps per minute.
Okay, so this also looks pretty bad, okay? Because here we're talking about in an average of about 8, 9 minutes, 8 minutes, 7, 9 minutes. His pacing, his steps per minute, we have 28, we have 3.9, we have 31 here, but this is in 6 minutes. We have 19, 29. We have as high as 28. But then here in 4 minutes, between 9:02 and 9:06, his steps per minute go to 70.75. That is very out of the ordinary here.
25,
7:41 to 7:48. Showing 29, approximately 29 steps, 3.97 steps per minute.
26,
26 is showing 7:55 to 8:05, 270 steps, approximately 28.2 steps per minute.
28,
28 is going to be the 8:05 to 8:09. It's showing approximately 74 steps. That's 17.28 steps per minute.
and as you testified, that was the last entry on Alex's phone before we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what time was the video again?
8:44 p.m.
Let's talk about 27. What's the time period there?
Time period's going to be 9:02 to 9:06.
How many steps?
283 steps, 70.75 steps per minute estimated.
That's crazy.
He was a busy guy right then, wasn't he?
It appears.
Objection. Council is making stupid comments. Objection.
What was the average steps per minute from 9:02 to 9:06?
70.75.
4 minutes. That's
Was
crazy.
that far in excess of any ratings on his phone in
Yes.
those prior entries?
According to this table, yes.
Could I have the computer back again, please?
To be fair, if you can be fair here, this table happens in it's just the same day, right? And this is from, I'm trying to find a table here on this document. This table is from what? 6:52 until 10:30. So, roughly 3 hours. And then they're saying that between 9:02 and 9:06, he was very busy, but he is also very busy between 10:18 and 10:28, where he is recording to have 57 steps per minute. However, I do agree with the prosecution that 70.75 steps per minute in 4 minutes is the highest in this 3-hour period that we're looking at. So very suspicious indeed. Very suspicious indeed.
We have a map here on Paul's phone. Tell me very quickly what that represents.
We do. This is going to be based off of Verizon records for Paul Murdaugh, and it's showing 903.22 and 903.30, just showing what cell towers it was pinging off of.
Again, is his phone still locked during this time?
That is correct. Paul and Maggie's phones are still locked at this time.
Bottom of page 20, we got a pink box. What does that reflect?
That's from the FBI telemetry data, just showing a system startup with the telemetry system.
On which
To me,
vehicle?
Alex Murdaugh's 2021 Suburban.
Is there a CDR reference to Marion Dempsey attempting to call Paul?
There is
Marion Dempsey again is who?
Rogan Gibson's girlfriend at the time.
We have two entries after that. Can you explain those entries to the jury and tell the jury what those are, please?
Yep. So at 9:03:52 to 9:04:23, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight is on. At 9:04:23, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds in his CDRs. This does not show on that Dylan Hightower first extraction or the second extraction. And it also shows missed on Maggie's phone extraction.
That one's missing from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct. In the call log, it is missing.
Again, another phone call from Alex to
At
Maggie.
9:05:15, is there any activity
Weird.
on Alex's phone?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh calls Randolph Murdaugh, 18 seconds. Does not show on Dylan Hightower extraction or the second extraction, just on the CDRs.
We have a pinkish box. What does that represent?
Pinkish box can represent that system startup for the telemetry data for the 21 Suburban.
At 9:06:12, what happens?
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, Maggie Murdaugh's phone implements orientation change from portrait to orientation sideways.
That starts at 9:06:12.
Yes, and it goes to 9:06:20.
The orientation starts to change. What happens 2 seconds after that orientation starts to change?
At 9:06:14, so that's 2 seconds afterwards, the phone receives an incoming call from Alex.
Was
Interesting.
that call on the call log when Dylan Hightower downloaded the defendant's phone?
It was not.
Wow. Okay, but one point that I have been hearing about this is if Alex so let's say Alex killed them, right? Alex kills them at few minutes earlier. He kills them at 8:49. So he kills them around 8:49, right? That's when their phones both locked. Then he takes Maggie's phone. Then he calls her phone. Why is he calling her phone if he killed her? He knows she's dead. Why is he calling her? And if he's calling her to have an alibi, like, oh, look, I called her to see how she was doing, why is he then deleting the phone call from his phone? Because the phone call is not showing in her phone, in his phone, it's only showing in the Verizon data. So I don't understand that portion, but here they're talking about these two incidents, 9:06 and then 9:06:12, and then 2 seconds later, right? So somebody, because we are presuming Maggie is dead at this point, somebody had her phone and the orientation was changed to portrait. So it was like this landscape and then all of a sudden portrait. So somebody called, right? No, 2 seconds. Okay, so I'm taking the phone, portrait. Then 2 seconds later, somebody calls, Alex calling. Even though it doesn't say Alex, it says Pa, I think. Then Alex calls again 1 second later. And then there's a missed call on Maggie's phone, but it doesn't show that Alex made that call on his phone. Then Maggie's phone at 9:06:20 goes back to sideways. So this is what they're talking about here. But if they're saying he killed her and then he had her phone, why is he checking to see if he's calling her? Why is he calling her and deleting the phone call? Why is he calling her? If he's not calling her for an alibi, why is he calling her? So that to me doesn't make much sense, but we'll see what they say.
Nine oh six 14 and 906:15. Are those referencing that missed call that showed up on Maggie's phone?
That is correct.
And 906:20, we're still seeing an orientation change.
Yep, that's when the orientation ended.
Moving down to the bottom of page 21, we have a bluish and a green box. Tell the jury what that is.
So according to the FBI telemetry data, the blue is going to indicate a shift in the transmission, and then green is going to show driving.
The Suburban's underway.
That is correct, according to the telemetry data.
At the bottom of page 21, is there another call from Murdaugh's phone to Maggie's phone?
There is at 9:06:52, Alex calls Maggie. It shows 7 seconds long. And that's based off of CDRs since it was deleted off the call history.
It wasn't on Alex's extraction,
Again,
correct?
not
It was
on her, not on his phone, only on her phone.
2 missed calls.
2 missed calls.
Okay.
Moving to page 22, at the top, what, if anything, does Alex Murdaugh's phone show in relation to the Suburban?
So it's just showing that, the device connected to the car. When you get in your car, your phone will pair. It's just showing a device connection to iPhone.
And then the next entry, there's a time range there. Explain that time range to the jury and what that means.
So starting at 9:07 and going till 9:44.
9 what?
Sorry, 9:31:44. Her backlight is off.
The backlight is off.
Mhm.
That entire time period.
That entire time period. It was on, but now for this time period from 9:07 to 9:31, it's going to show off.
Going to this map, is that some of the cast data that you did that you testified to the jury?
It is. This is a previous slide that we had up. It's showing at 9:07:06. The Suburban is leaving 4147 Moselle Road.
2 calls to Maggie. Does the Suburban just take a quick right and go down this road right there to the kennels, or does it just continue straight on?
It just continues straight on.
Doesn't stop by the kennels for a second, does it?
It-
Doesn't stop by the kennels.
His vehicle does not stop by the kennels.
Keeps right on going.
It's right on going to Moselle Road, makes a right.
Going down to the bottom of page 22.
It's just another data point. It's showing the approximate location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was located. And at 9:08:36, it's showing 42 miles an hour on Moselle Road. And in reference, we're coming up to Godley Farm Road on Moselle Road. This is at 9:08:36.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
It's going to be at 9:08:42. It's showing approximate miles per hour of 45 in reference to where the phone was found the next day.
And what's the speed on the defendant's vehicle at that point?
45 miles an hour.
And is Maggie's backlight off during this time period, this entire time period?
Her phone is locked. Her
Wait,
backlight is
wait,
off.
wait. What? Okay. Okay. Whoa. Let's see if I understand this correctly because I was watching a different stream when I was listening to this testimony and they said that no, that's not what happened. The phone and the defendant were not at the same time together, okay? But if that's what happened, I mean that's pretty damning evidence against him. So this is Maggie's phone and this is when I believe the tone was tossed. Not sure, but I do believe that's what they are referring to at 9:08:42. 9:08:42. Then we have here 45 miles per hour. And that's when he said, this is when Alex's phone was at at the same miles. So I'm going to say 45 miles per hour, Maggie's phone. And then we're going to try to find out where that information is showing that Alex's car was, because if Alex's car was in the same area that this was happening in the same speed, I mean, that's direct evidence. It's not circumstantial anymore. And I thought we were dealing with circumstantial only. So we'll see what else they say.
At 9:08:58, what do we see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, going to check on M, be right back. This shows unread in Maggie's phone.
Moving on, does Alex's phone reflect a series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's gonna be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off of CDR since it's not in his phone extractions.
So none of his calls are in his phone.
That's again also missing from that entire series of events around the time of the murders that was not on Alex's extraction when it was downloaded.
That is correct. It's not in the call log.
Wow.
I'll move on. Now.
Been asked and answered.
Okay. Oh, look at the judge being all fair and balanced.
Down at 9:12:14, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
Alex Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson. It shows 42 seconds long. That's based off his CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or call log.
It's connection time as well.
It does.
Moving on to page 24, we have a map. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
This is going to be an Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9:12:14 what tower and what sector it's pinging off of, and then at 9:18:46 what tower it's pinging off of. The red dot's going to be Moselle. Green one is going to be the Alameda property.
Moving on to the next map, is that similar information of the defendant's trip from Moselle to Alameda?
It's similar. It's just going to show you the coverage areas for each tower.
And then on page 26, what does this map reflect?
This is going to be Verizon records for CB Row. Far right, the little red dot, that's going to be Moselle. Blue dot is going to be CB Row's home in Brunson. This is just showing the cell tower data at the time frame of 9:14, 9:20, and 9:21
And
in 11:37 p.m. This is close to Fairfax, just for reference.
he's pinging in the arc near his home over here in Fairfax. Is that right?
That is correct. The
And
home's
where's
gonna be
Moselle?
Moselle is going to be that red dot to the right.
At 9:18:46, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9:18:46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
All right, we're on page 26 now. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
There's also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone plotted. It's showing starting at 6:20:34 all the way to 9:46:35. It's showing from the cell tower in the sector of Alameda.
You said 6:24 or 9:20?
I'm sorry, 9:20:34.
So roughly 20-minute period at
Rough-
Alameda?
Roughly 20 minutes, correct.
Moving over to page 27, what is this map?
This is just going to be a zoomed in picture from the previous one. Just showing the same time frame, just showing a little bit more zoomed in from the cell tower in proximity to Alameda.
At 9:20:34, what if anything happens on the defendant's phone?
At this time, Chris Wilson calls Alex at 9:20:34. It shows for 131 seconds, and we got this data from his CDR since it does not show on his either one of his extractions.
Okay, let me just take a quick break here. And let me go back to the timeline and just go over the same thing that he's testifying to, because this is the timeline he prepared, but I just want to go over to make sure that we haven't missed anything. We're not just going by what he is saying in the witness stand. Now, we did see okay, I think this is kind of where we stopped the last time that we were doing this. We missed Alex calls Maggie. Okay, yes, that I was confused. Why is he calling her if he just murdered her, right? And if he's calling her to create an alibi, why is he calling her and then deleting the phone calls from his phone? Okay, so then at 9:06:50, we know Alex's car started. So what are some of the facts that we know? So far, we know that at 8:44, Alex, Maggie, and Paul were alive at the kennel filming the video of the dog, right? So 8:44. Then we know that at 8:49, it was the last time Paul's phone was unlocked. We know that at 8:49:31, it was the last time Maggie's phone was unlocked. We know that at 8:55, Maggie's phone took a snapshot of an open app. We know that at 9:02 through 9:06, 4 minutes, Alex's steps went from 20 to 70 per minute, okay? We know that at 8:55, there were the last steps from Maggie's phone recorded. Then we also know that 9:06, Alex's car starts up. So if we're saying that he killed them at 8:49, right there, right after the Snapchat video. So if he killed them at like 8:49, 8:50, then he was in his car at 9:06, right? So that's 16 minutes. So anyways, let me not get confused here. I want to make sure that I'm focusing on the facts. So 9:06, the vehicle has started. Then we have Alex calling Maggie. 9:06, Alex Suburban shows device connection. So that's a for sure fact that he was in the car. His phone was in the car, connected to the car, right? Then Maggie's phone at 9:07 had a backlight off from 9:07 to 9:31. Then Alex Suburban leaves Moselle en route to Almeda. Okay, so Alex leaves the house at 9:07 to go to his mom's. Then we have these two maps. I think this is showing the Suburban. This is the main house. I don't know if he goes to the kennel, then he goes out. I don't know. I don't understand what this picture means. And then this is where the phone, Maggie's phone, I think was found, 42 miles per hour. Then we're having Alex 908 Alex messages Maggie, going to check on Envy right back. 908 Maggie's phone shows activity with the incoming text, so her phone is alive. Her phone is not, her battery has not died. 910 Alex calls Buster. 910, but then this also doesn't show in the extraction, so why is Alex like deleting the phone call to his son Buster? 910 Rogan Gibson calls Paul. Then 912 Alex calls Chris Wilson. And then this is what? Alex's map. This is his phone and where it pinned. It pinned on at Moselle here at 912. It pinned here at Almeda at 918. So that was quick. Then we have Alex's phone again, 912, 918. This is a drive test data. Okay. Same speed, I guess. They're having here because it's the same amount of time. Then we have the CB Rose phone, which is here in the blue. And this is where Moselle is. I guess this is just to show that this person has an alibi. 918 Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. And then this is Alex's phone again. This is Moselle. This is Almeda. And Almeda's phone activity seems to be 920, 921, until from 920 to 946. So he was here from 920 to 946 at his mom's house. Okay, then we have Alex's. Okay, this is just a closer view of the 920 to 946 at his mom's house. Then 920, Chris Wilson calls Alex. Claude Rowe calls Alex at 921 while on the phone with Chris Wilson. Then the vehicle is parked at 922:45. So 922:46, Alex's Suburban shows device connection. 922:49, Alex Suburban arrives at Almeda. That is his mom's house. Then we have, I think this is the between 30, oh no, this is latitude, longitude. Okay, I thought it was the miles. Then we have 922 to 932. Alex's phone shows 995 steps taken. 924, Alex calls Libby. 929, Rogan Gibson calls Paul. Then we have a car starting up. 931, Maggie's phone, backlight on, backlight off. Then we have a car starting up here, 932. Okay, I'm going to stop here at 933 because otherwise I'll get very, very confused. Let's see what he has to say about this timeline. I think he's around 9:20 p.m. So we're going to go back to that. The testimony from Special Agent Peter Rudolfski.
During that time, Claude CB Rowe at 9:21:36 calls, but Alex does not answer it.
And again, his phone was pinging back at his house in Fairfax at that time period, correct?
That is correct.
We see the blue and green box. Tell the jury what's happening with Alex's Suburban at this point.
So at 21:22, which That's military time. It's going to be 9:22. Green is going to show vehicle movement, and blue is going to show transmission shifting.
And
telemetry
is that
data.
consistent with the OnStar data at 9:22:49 of him arriving in Alameda?
It is.
And on page 28, is that data point that you just referenced?
That is correct. 9:22:39.
Starting about 9:22, does Alex's phone reflect any step activity?
It does 9:22:39 to 9:32:14. We're showing approximately 195 steps taken on his phone.
At 9:24:13, what, if anything, does the defendant phones reflect?
He calls Libby Murdaugh, which would be his mom, shows 20 seconds long. That's from his CDRs because it's not on either phone extraction.
And that would be the landline at Alameda.
That is correct.
After that, is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:26:06 p.m.
And then at 9:31:44, is that the first backlight activity on Maggie's phone since that time period you testified earlier about 9:07?
That is correct.
At 9:34, around that same time, is there any communication on Maggie's phone around the time of that backlight activity?
There is at 9:34:14. Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Maggie Murdaugh saying, tell Paul to call me. And that shows unread,
Never read?
never read.
So Rogan has been trying to call Paul, has been texting Paul, and then he calls, then he texts Maggie.
Do we also have backlight activity associated with a missed call to Maggie's phone?
We do at 9:34:20.
Up here at 9:34 to 9:36:20, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight. Is that backlight off?
That's going to be backlight off.
Just the off is missing from the words.
That is correct.
9:35 to 9:45, 10-minute period. Is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It's showing approximately 60 steps taken on his phone during that time frame. And also, as you see on the right-hand side, Paul and Maggie's phones are locked. It's referenced with the lines and the color coordination on the right-hand side.
But also from 9:20 to 9:46, the phone shows that Alex is at Alameda.
And those lines have been continuing through the past few
They've been
pages.
continuing, correct?
We have some orange and purple boxes. Quickly tell the jury what those are.
So the orange color is going to be that system startup from previous testimony from Rudolfski. And then the pink is going to be engine running propulsion.
And is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:42:17. There's a missed call. And then we have Alex's Suburban showing a device connection at 9:42:49, which is consistent with the data.
All right.
Telemetry.
Suburban's leaving Alameda around this time.
That is correct. 9:43:18. We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving.
We do.
Is
Okay.
there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04, it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity or around the same time?
Yes, Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction, which is it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Both phones. Oh, two extractions from his phone.
Going down to
Okay.
9:46:35, what, if any, activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds long. That's with the connection time. And that is based off of Alex's CDRs. It does not show in either extractions.
9:47:23, what do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, call me babe, and that shows unread in Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
Hmm.
And we see some backlight activity around the time of that text
do.
message, that unread text message.
We do a couple seconds.
Now, I do think it's weird that when she went to get her toes done and her foot massage, that she told Paul, "Hey, there's food. Blanca cooked you dinner," and then she's texting Paul, and then Alex said, "Hey, Paul told me you're getting your feet done. Can you call me when you're done?" And then when she gets into the car, she makes 4 phone calls, I believe, and she calls her mom, she calls her friend, and she doesn't call Alex back. And then here, Alex is calling her or texting her saying, "Call me, babe." And, and then the phone calls get mysteriously deleted from his phone. Every phone call to Paul, to Buster, to Maggie, every text. And only when they do obtain the data directly from Verizon is that they get that information. I do think that's very strange.
We have a map here. Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of the cell tower between Moselle and Almeda.
And this is whose phone?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his Verizon records, not location data from phone.
Moving towards the direction of Moselle.
That is correct.
Additional maps consistent with that as testified to by Matt Wild.
That is correct. Just showing coverage area.
At 9:52:15, what the activity is on Alex's phone?
So at 9:52:15, Alex Murdaugh sends an iMessage to Chris Wilson saying, "Call me if up."
Just around the time where he's running 80 miles an hour.
That's correct. 9:51:43 is when we have the 80.16 mile per hour.
All right, moving over to the next page. Is there any further activity?
Alex ends up receiving a call from Chris Wilson at 9:52:59. Shows 42 seconds long with connection. That is also not on either extraction. And at 9:53:55, he receives another call from Chris Wilson. Shows 123 seconds. And that is on his CDRs, but not on either phone extraction.
And then from at about 9:56:57, what if any activity do you see on Alex's phone?
So from 9:56:57 to 10:06:57, it shows that Alex Murdaugh traveled approximately 231 steps traveled during that time.
Starting at what time?
9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
Remind the jury what time the 911 call was.
It was 10:06:14.
At 9:57 and 9:58, what activities reflected on Paul's records?
So Rogan Gibson calls Paul Murdaugh, shows 4 seconds, and that's based off of CDRs. And then at 9:58:35, Rogan sends a text message to Paul stating, "Yo."
And that hits Paul's phone.
That is correct. And
Is it overread?
it shows unread from his phone extraction.
Oh, I was gonna say, so his phone was not dead, but that was just the
We
extraction.
have a bunch of green and blue boxes. Is this more telemetry data from the Suburban?
This is, the green's going to represent drives and blue is going to represent some kind of gear shifting with the vehicle.
But the GM OnStar data reflects what, about 10 on the dot?
It reflects him pulling into the driveway at 4147 Moselle Road, the main entrance.
And where did the Suburban go first?
The Suburban went directly to the house, bottom left.
It didn't go to the kennels first, it went to the house first?
That is correct.
And what time does it arrive at the house? Or what time right there in that map? That's what, the map at the top?
That's what the time that it pulls into the driveway.
So what, 10 o'clock? What was the time?
I'm sorry. 1 second.
Suburban turns into Moselle at 10 o'clock and 30 seconds. 10:01, Suburban shows device connection. 10 o'clock, 24 seconds,
At
iPhone.
10:03:36 p.m., there's two entries around that time. Can you tell the
10:03:36, Maggie's phone backlight on.
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58, and backlight is on associated with that.
Okay.
And then starting about 10:04:08, what don't we see for time period?
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40, there is a gap in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
At 10:05:06, what, if anything, does the data reflect?
It reflects Alex's Suburban leaving the main house based on the GM data.
Going over to page 35. Is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is. It's 10:05:06, and it's showing the time the Suburban starts to leave down to the kennels.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
According to that GPS location data.
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
What's that time again?
It's going to be 10:05:57.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time that the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
Okay.
20 seconds.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just, this is another point that everybody is arguing about. So the defense team is saying, so the Suburban is, I'm driving this way to the kennels from the house because supposedly Alex got home after trying to call Maggie, trying to call Paul. Nobody was answering. So he gets to the main house. Then, I don't know, a minute later or 5 minutes, he leaves, drives to the kennel, and then he parks. And then he sees the bodies on the floor. And then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. He calls 911. So some say that's not enough time for him to check the bodies because supposedly there are interviews out there saying that he checked their pulses. Some other people say that he looked at the bodies. He saw they were both shot. And that's what he meant when he said, I checked them. And then I called and I looked at Paul and then I tried to turn it. Nobody knows if he's with 911 as he's saying, I'm checking. I checked. Nobody knows. But the prosecution here wants to make sure that we understand that 20 seconds is an unreasonable time for him to arrive at the kennels, see that both his wife and son have been murdered, have been shot, and then call 911. The prosecution is implying that he killed them. Therefore, it was all part of the plan for him to call 911. That's why it only took 20 seconds because he was already there much longer than 20 seconds, or at least, or he knew because his car wasn't there. So he knew they were dead. So he didn't even need to check. He just got there, called 911, and then, let's see what else the prosecution is saying here.
Do you recall the defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after the crime?
There you go.
That he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
Lead the witness.
What, if anything, in
Don't
his
lead the
statements to law
witness.
enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check
Checked
the bodies.
on
From the moment
or check their pulses.
Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Creighton, we heard it. Why are you smirking, Alex? Are you smirking? What are you doing? What kind of face is that? I can't tell if he's Dexter or not, if he's a psychopath or
Another call from Rogan to Paul.
if
that never
he's
been answered.
a victim.
That is
I don't
correct.
know.
10:08:27.
Of this
never
crime.
answered.
I know he's a bad guy. I know he stole a lot of money. Of this crime.
At 10:11:54, what happens?
This is when Alex Murdaugh was on the 911 call, stated he was going to go get a gun. This was at 10:11:54. This is when the Suburban is showing leaving the kennels.
Okay.
And down at the bottom of page 36, we see another map. What does that reflect?
That's going to be 10:13:54. And on the next page, it's going to show the map. That's when his Suburban left the main house going back to the kennels.
And what time does the location data reflect that the Suburban arrived back at the kennels?
10:14:30 is when it's going to reflect driving back to the kennels. Or approximately. This is when he's coming into the view of the kennels.
And then what time does the 911 call end?
So the 911 call is going to end at 10:17. And then the step data is what the 10:16:37 p.m. is referring to. That's going to be when his step data ended. I believe it was 594 steps taken.
Wow.
After the 911 call, does the defendant's phone reflect any activity?
It does. It shows him calling Randy Murdaugh, shows 16 seconds long with connectivity time. And that's based off his CDRs. It was not found on either extraction.
Okay, so another point, people who are pro-defense are saying is, why would Alex be deleting all these phone calls from his phone? Or if he did, maybe it's as something he deletes everything. I don't know, because Randy, he was calling Randy in front of people, I think. And why would he delete that phone call? Because that phone call also didn't show in the extractions. It only showed in the CDR by Verizon. Who knows? I don't know.
Then also we have a 10:18 where he's sending a text message to Randy saying, please call me emergency.
Okay.
Step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
There is 10:18:53 to
Can you
10:28:05. We're showing approximately 525 steps taken during that time frame.
And does Paul's backlight come on again at 10:18?
It does 10:18:08 to 10:18:20. We're showing backlight.
Was that after the 911 call had ended?
No. I'm sorry, yes.
So
Yes,
was
it was.
Paul's
Yes, it
phone
was.
Yes,
still
it was.
on
So 10:17 is when the 911 call ended.
at
This would
10:18?
have been at 10:18:08. So this would have been right after.
And the last text that hit Paul's phone was from whom?
Rogan Gibson.
Okay.
I believe it
Yeah,
says
so he
Yo.
called the guy back.
Paul's phone still hitting, of course, that
Paul's
kennel
friend.
location.
That is correct. This is going to be off of his iPhone location data.
Where was Paul's phone found again, according to your knowledge of the investigation?
It was found on Paul's rear end.
On
facing
his
out.
back pocket? What do you mean his rear end? Maybe he
Top of page
on the
39, we
left.
have a map. What does that reflect?
This is going to reflect
see.
Verizon records for Alex Murdaugh, starting at 10:19 all the way to 11:18. And it's just showing the.
Okay, but that
sector
doesn't matter. It's
pinging off
after
of.
he called
That's in
911
the area
after the
of
death,
Moselle Road.
right? So it doesn't
Right,
matter.
We have a range
does
of
it?
times there from the 10-ish hour to the 11-ish hour PM of Alex phone being there.
That is correct.
Oh, Creighton, you talk so much.
Does Alex phone reflect a couple of calls that were not on his extraction, but in the CDRs?
It does.
To what people?
It's going to be to Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin, and then Rogan Gibson, and then
At 10
Christie.
At 10:20:08, what, if any, activity does Paul's phone reflect?
So Paul's phone shows a display on screen auto lock. It's been locked. It's just documenting a auto lock.
Okay.
Display on auto lock?
Mhm.
And now auto lock can be consistent with what according to your understanding?
According to my understanding is that auto lock could be, it doesn't recognize like a face, so automatically locks, or it could be just hitting like on the iPhone, the power button on the side.
And what was the last text that hit Paul's phone again? Who was it from?
Rogan Gibson.
And what does the defendant do just seconds later?
Calls Rogan Gibson.
Okay. Thanks for making the case for me.
Was that on the Dylan Hightower extraction?
It
No.
was not on the Dylan
It
Hightower
was only on
extraction
the
or second.
Verizon data.
You mentioned before that there was a group text about Mr. Randolph's.
I get so tired of
Hell.
praising. Oh,
And
man.
when did the defendant finally read that text?
The following day, so that'd be June 8th, 2021.
At 10:22:09, was there a text that the defendant read?
There was 10/22/09. He received a group text message from Michael Gunn and a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys, and it was read
Stupid.
the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. And the
That
associated
is so
picture is
stupid.
below.
It just has nothing to do with anything in the case. She brought the heat. boy.
10:24 and the 10:25 hours. What if anything does
Group
the
text. I hate group
defendant's
text. That's
phone
why I don't have
reflect?
WhatsApp.
Alex
That's
tries to
why
call
I
Rogan,
leave every
and
group
then,
text.
he
I
sends an
leave.
iMessage
Leave
stating,
this group.
"Call me."
Leave.
And then he attempts to do a FaceTime, and this is going to be the first log that we see on his phone records is going to be this FaceTime call with Rogan on his extraction for the day of June 7th, 2021.
multiple attempts to contact Rogan? Huh?
That's correct.
Okay.
And what time does law enforcement arrive on the scene?
Approximately 10:25 is when
Oh,
the first
okay.
deputy
10:25.
arrived on scene.
Oh, so all this is happening while the officers are not there yet.
10:25.
That is correct.
We see stuff
That's
activity
fast.
around this time on Alex's phone.
We do. So we had a group of step activity end at 10:28:54, and then we had a new group start at 10:28:54 that goes to 10:37:27. It's showing 320 steps traveled approximately.
And does the defendant's phone reflect any phone activity after that?
It reflects at 10:29:17 a call to Randy that shows answered 42 seconds long.
Mhm.
That's also not on the extraction. And then a FaceTime with
Right.
Rogan at 10:30:31 that does show on the extraction.
That was
Okay. So
FaceTime.
one thing did show FaceTime, but that's a different, right?
believe the
Because
previous
phone calls,
testimony, Rogan
text,
said he
and
was asleep
FaceTime
during
are
the
three
time.
different things. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I'm
Moving
just
on to page 41.
pointing
This
it
is going
out.
to be a Paul Murdaugh Verizon records. This is just going to show the the tower and then just the location. And you can see Moselle Road within it. This is a 10:34 time period.
Right. Oh, so Paul's phone
Is
does
there a
power
display
off
on
at 10:34, probably
activity
due
on
to
Paul's
the
phone,
battery.
also a phone call from Nolan Tootin around that time?
That is correct. Correct. Around 10:34, it's showing display on and then a Nolan Tootin phone call.
And then finally, what time does Paul's phone finally die?
Paul's phone finally dies at 10:34:24 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Almost 2 hours after the kennel video.
That is correct.
Maggie's phone stays locked until when?
The following day, June 8th, around 1:10 p.m. when the investigators find it.
When the investigators find it.
That is correct.
I feel so bad for Jim because he looks like he's a good person, and his face here just it's so sad. Just looks like he's suffering with this, and it's very hard for him. Um, Just, imagine if you were friends with this guy and then all of a sudden you're like trying to help him with the financial case, and then all of a sudden uh his wife and son are murdered and you know them, you go to their house and everything, you know, Jim, I feel bad for you, Jim.
523. And this is a text from which person to which person?
So this is going to be from Paul Murdaugh, and it's going to be it says voicemail. That's going to refer to Alex. This is obtained from his phone. It's going to be the owner. So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
Forgive me, I think I
What's
got
the
it back
date?
in the wrong place, but
The date
okay.
is going to be May
Let's go
6,
from here.
2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. This is again from Paul to Alex.
Okay, when is this? May 2021? Okay. Why does it matter? I want to know about Maggie's phone being thrown off the car. And I want to see a map showing that Alex's car was passing that area when her phone was this. Look at Jim. Oh, Jim. I mean, I don't care about.
States 553. See if you
Looks
recognize
like
this
he's
exhibit.
stuff enough. But Jim looks so nice. He looks like a nice guy. I don't know.
I do.
Bad for him.
Tell me what that is.
This is going to be
I feel
some
bad for
searched
Jim.
items that I obtained from Maggie Murdaugh's extraction report.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 553, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections.
No additional objection.
And tell the jury what this exhibit is, please.
So this is going to be Google searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp. The source, which is going to be Safari, that's for Apple. And then the value is going to be the searched item. And on May 26, 2021 at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30.
Oh.
She also searched
So he is a pill
11:20
head.
p.m.
People are
green
saying,
pill-
I don't believe
green
he's
gel pill
an
P30,
addict.
white pill 30 on one side RP. And if you look to the right, you're going to see a comment that says deleted. That one is showing yes has been deleted. And then if
So
we go
they
down
know
to row
everything
number
we search,
4,
people. They know everything
it's
we
gonna be
do on
May
our
6,
phones, in our
2021
cars. They
from
know everything
Safari,
we do
white
online.
pill 30 on one side RP, and that's also shown deleted.
Wow. Okay, so Maggie in 2021 was looking for the pills names and what they are online. Got it. Next. What does that have to do with the murders? Some people are saying, oh, the motive was that she found out he was using drugs and she knew about the finances, so everything was crushing down and he decided to kill her and his son because of that. Is
Would you slide
Creighton
it down just a little
done?
bit? I just want to make sure there's not another.
Is Creighton getting
entry.
ready to be done? Because I'll tell you, this is torture to hear Creighton, but this is actually pretty revealing for me because he irritates me so much that I couldn't really pay attention yesterday when this was going on. But today I really got a better understanding of the timeline and the witnesses' testimony so far with the prosecution. And there are definitely some holes for me. Yes, I was defending Alex
Show
so
you
far
Western
with
Oregon
this
States
trial,
556 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
but I definitely see a lot of holes. So we'll see.
I do.
And tell just generally what is this?
This is going to be a text message thread between Alex Murdaugh and Russell Lafitte,
And
Russell
at the
Lafitte.
time, where did Russell Lafitte work again, to your understanding?
Palmetto State Bank.
And Your Honor, this time I would offer states 556, I believe,
Don't
without
come back with
additional
the
objection.
finances.
No additional objections beyond that. 403, 404.
No additional
Objections
objections.
previously ruled upon.
See the exhibit.
Okay, we're gonna start with the finance crimes now. Please, Creighton, just be done with it. Be done. Be done. So far, the special agent looks nice. He looks like, he's doing a good job. But he's gonna become kind of a douche when the defense cross-examines him, in my opinion. That's all I could remember from yesterday. Like, wow, this guy is kind of a douche. But we'll see. I understand what he's doing. I understand the timeline. I understand his bias now because he's like, this guy is probably a murderer. I'm not gonna sit here and defend him. You know, he definitely has a bias though.
I'm gonna put states 556 up on the screen. And again, tell the people on this text and the time.
Tell the
and what it
coffer
says.
to leave.
So this is going to be a text from voicemail, which is going to be
June
Alex Murdaugh's phone
2021.
to Russell Lafitte. It was
So he's
sent
asking
on
for a line
June
of credit
3rd,
from his bank.
2021 at 3:22
600K.
p.m.
Nice.
This is from Alex stating, "I need to extend farm credit line another 600,000. My
Okay.
dad will sign
What's wrong with
also if
that?
needed. How much turnaround will that take?"
Like, how
And
long
again,
is
that's
that going
from
to take? A
Alex
line of
to Russell
credit.
Lafitte
Easy.
on June 3rd,
He has a farm.
2021.
I mean, he has a bunch of assets.
Show you two final exhibits, states 554 and 555. And you recognize those.
I do.
And where were those found?
These are found from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction.
Your Honor, this time I offer 554 and 555 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Okay.
Okay. This is a voicemail that Alex left the guy from the bank was found in Maggie's phone's extractions? What? Okay. Yeah, Dick looks like, he's used to this type of
States
people.
554, who is that?
This will be Maggie Murdaugh and her sister.
Oh, that's the end. Because he just put a photo of them there for why? For just to remember this
States
is what we're
555, who
here.
is that?
You know?
It's going to be Buster Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh.
Okay.
Thank you, Special Agent. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
That's it for Creighton so far. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, break for
So, I will now just go over real quick the things that to me do seem suspicious. Okay. So, timeline again, right? Timeline at 8:44 p.m. Everybody's alive. Alex, Paul, and Maggie are at the kennels. Okay. There is no question about that because when Jim, the defense attorney today, had his motion for the direct verdict, he did say the only thing the prosecution proved was that Alex was at the kennels. So at 8:44 p.m., Alex is at the kennel. Then Paul is on his phone, he's texting, he's calling. But at 8:43, which is before that kennel video, Paul's battery life is at 2%. So his phone is dying. Okay. So if his phone locked forever at that time, I wouldn't be suspicious. Okay. Then at 8:48, 8:49, Paul's phone was last unlocked. It was the last time he went like this, unlocked his phone, right? Last time. I don't know when he locked it, but that was the last time he unlocked it like this. Then at 8:49:31, Maggie's phone was locked forever. But at 8:55, Maggie's phone has a photo, a snapshot of an app that is open. And also at 8:55, there are steps on Maggie's phone. Now, what are the biggest issues, inconsistencies, and the biggest circumstantial pieces of evidence that I think the prosecution did a great job? The steps from Alex to show that his average in 9 minutes, sometimes it was like 30:29, and then between 9:02 p.m. and 9:06 p.m. in 4 minutes, his steps went crazy to 70 per minute. That to me was a huge piece of evidence. The other thing we know is that 906 Alex's car started up. So if they are alive at 8:44 and he's still using his phone until 8:49, right? And he kills them there before he goes to his mom's, he only has that time frame, 8:49 until 9:06 to kill them because he can't be in his car shooting them over there at the kennels. Then the other things, what else did I think was weird for Alex? Okay, the other thing that I thought was awful was something about Maggie's phone being 45 miles per hour and 9:08 p.m. I don't know exactly what it is because they didn't really show me exactly in the map if Alex's car was passing by the same area. All they did was say something about Alex's car was going 45 miles per hour also. I don't know. Okay, but what were they in the same vicinity or was he like 45 miles per hour far from where Maggie's phone was? I don't know that piece, but that piece would seal the deal for me. Then the other big thing that the prosecution did was to point that 20 seconds is not a long time to see the bodies that are dead and then call 911. So to me, the biggest thing is if the prosecution could show that Alex's car was passing by the same area where Maggie's phone was disposed of. Okay. So, anyways, let's see what the this is now a
For
break,
lunch now
and then we'll see what
for an hour and
the
15
defense
minutes.
will do.
Please do not discuss.
I really like Mr. Barber, the defense attorney, and now this guy's gonna become kind of a douche. We'll see if we can all agree on that or not. Let's see here. My dog is snoring.
But is it fair to,
So cute.
18
Okay,
minutes?
let's see. Bring the jury. Hi, Judge Newman. What are you looking at? Sometimes I think he's looking on his screen and looking at all the Twitter comments I made saying that he's unfair to the defense. Look at him looking on Twitter right there. See, I told you guys. He's like, I can't believe you're talking crap about me. Where is Mr. Barber? There we go. There we go.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. Cross-examination, Mr. Barber.
It's cute.
Please, the court.
May I please the courts? May I please the courts? They're so polite.
Good afternoon, Agent Rudolfski. Did
Good
I say that
afternoon.
right?
Yep, sounds good to me.
Let's start first with the GM data
Body
that recently
language.
came in. I think that may have made things a little more clear, right? We don't really need to look at a lot of those cell phone tower plots now that we have the exact position of the car, do we?
I agree. Yeah, the GM data is pretty clear.
Don't really. At first, you did an analysis of driving to and from the office in Hampton in the middle of the day. Not too interested in that, but let's skip to the drive from
Let's
Moselle
skip
to
everything you
Alameda.
did. I don't care. Just gonna
How
go to the
long
end.
was that drive? How long did it take him from start to
So I'd
finish?
have to look back to drive.
Now he's like, okay, give me a
So you're referring
second.
to the
Okay.
the
All right.
906 time.
Yes, sir.
Give me an attitude. I'll give you an attitude right back. And I'll take my sweet time. I'll take my sweet
Looks like
time.
907.
Hmm. Let me see. Another page. Another page.
To 9:22, so about 15 minutes.
Okay.
And do you need, is it more like 16 minutes? Do you need
16
a
minutes,
pen and
yeah.
paper, 16 minutes?
Do you need a pen and paper? Ooh,
Okay, and
look at his face.
coming back, how long was it?
$9:43.
No, I don't need pen and paper. You're the one asking me questions, dude.
About 18 minutes.
18 minutes?
Mhm.
Okay.
So he took longer on the way back.
Approximately.
Okay.
So the top speed and the way back we saw was a little faster, but it actually took a little longer to make the return trip. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Why did he stop
Um,
the way back?
And you're referring to the same drive to Alameda and back.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Are you aware that
Friends.
Senior Special Agent David Owen did a test drive from Alameda to Moselle on January 3rd of this year?
That's correct. I was in the passenger seat of that.
And how long did that take?
I would have to see the data. I don't remember.
You don't have that? You don't know if it was 17 minutes and 35 seconds?
If I was presented with something, it could be, but
I
I
thought it was in the
don't have
report.
that number in front of me.
I thought I saw that.
If it were that, it would be right in between those two times that we just saw for Mr. Murdaugh going back and forth, would it not?
It could, but there was different variables at the time.
It was during the day, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
It could, but just answer, dude. Just answer. Yes.
So on this
Okay,
way back,
maybe.
there's that little 80-mile-an-hour spurt. How long did that go on?
Oh, okay. Good question.
I am unsure of that. It's just the data point is plotted. It doesn't give a.
My
it just
understanding
gives
was
you a
the whole
timestamp. It
time
doesn't say
was
for how
80
long.
miles per hour.
In
So
your
it's just a
experience,
spur.
I think you talked earlier that you would respond to calls in a marked car with blue lights.
Not a marked car, but an unmarked car with blue lights. Yep.
Is it extremely unusual for someone who's on a straightaway in a rural road at night to give it some gas on it?
No, it's
Little
not
burst.
unusual.
A little bit of gas, but when it's 55 and you have deer and other environmental factors that play in.
Yes,
That
but
type of
it's-
answer to
It's
me,
not that unusual, is it, for someone?
it already brings his credibility a little bit down because, okay, 55 miles per hour, I'll say 45 miles per hour. I'll go, if I were to speed, which is not something I do, I would probably go 60. Okay. Now, if it's rural area, I would probably go like 70, Maybe some people, some guys that are more confident with speeding would do 80. But whatever, that's besides the point. The question is it unusual for someone to give it a little gas when they're in a rural area at night? The answer is no, it's not that unusual. Or I like what he said. He said, well, a little gas, but that was a little bit too much. But then when he added, oh, and then the environmental factors and the deer, that's pushing it, in my opinion, right? If you say a little gas, okay, but come on, the guy was going 80 miles on a 55. I think that's pretty significant. And that's it. That's the answer. You don't need to go on and on about the deer because it makes you, in my opinion, look a little bit less credible. Because so far, I think his testimony is doing great so far.
To give it a little gas on a straightaway in a rural road?
It depends on what a little gas is.
But the overall speed that he went to get from where he was going, coming from to where he's going to, as far as you know, is in line with the test drive that you were in the passenger seat for?
If that is correct, what you mentioned, yes.
It is, yeah. So you just did the same thing. You just gave it the same amount of little gas.
Right in between those two, actually.
like I said, I don't have that test drive data in front of me, but
Let's move on then to when he drove past that point where Maggie's cell phone was later recovered. And I think that may start on slide 23.
23.
Okay, this is what I want to know. Yes, this is what I want to know.
Actually, you go back one slide.
Ooh, tell me when he drove past where her phone was recovered.
So we're in slide 22, sorry.
Okay, tell me.
Okay,
So he's going 37.2 miles an hour here.
that's correct.
The next slide.
Okay,
Now he's still approaching it at 42, so he's accelerating gently. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Next slide. Looks like he is just past it, going slightly faster than he was on the previous slide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next slide. He's continuing to, now he's a good bit down the road there at 45, but is it fair to say he's continuing a fairly gentle acceleration?
I would say so, yes.
So what we saw as he passed it, he did not slow down and speed up as he went past that point. He continued his same gentle acceleration.
Per the data, yes.
And we won't go through it, but if we went down later to when it goes down to the bottom of the screen, it would show that he slowed down slightly, corresponding when he sent that text, go to see him, be right back. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We'll be done with that. I'm going to now just skip with this data all the way to when he approaches the kennel coming from the house right before he calls 911.
Okay.
Okay, I understand what Mr. Barber is saying here. Let me just share this real quick. But that is weird for me. I'll tell you that. It's weird. To me, it's weird. Okay. So they're saying, from what I understand, that Maggie's phone was recovered here in this circle. And that this is the speed of which Alex is driving. 42 at 9:08:36, 9:08:42, so 36 6 seconds later, he goes from 42 to 45. Okay. So that's what they're saying. So he sped up. But to me, the fact that he is passing the same place where her phone was found is pretty weird, pretty damning. The evidence. I don't know. I don't know if this is the best the defense has. So we'll see. Let's see. Let's go, Mr. Barber.
The direction he is driving as he comes right up, right before he parks, would he be illuminating the bodies of Maggie and Paul?
Probably.
Per the aerial that I'm looking, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen so we can show, but per the aerial, it would be
He's
coming
driving.
around that curve and it would illuminate at least Maggie's body.
Okay.
Would the illumination, is it going back towards that space between the barn and the kennels where Paul's body was out?
Like I said, this is just a data plot.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointed.
It doesn't say the vehicle's pointed that direction, it just says that's
But
where
if
the
it moved
vehicle's
from
at.
point A to point B, being a car, it would have to be.
Yeah,
in
but
that
where
direction.
where it final rests, I don't know which direction it's.
But as
Okay, so I get it. This little thing they're arguing about here, okay? At first I didn't understand, but I think what Mr. Barber is saying, because he's going to say I'm not arguing about one circle. So, let's say for example, this is one circle, right? Red, one circle. Now, he's not saying I'm asking you which direction the car is turned on this circle. I'm saying the vehicle is driving from here to here. So in this direction, if the car is coming from here in this direction, this circle and this circle creates a line. And in this line, if the car is going this direction, where does this light, the headlights, illuminate this area here? And that's what the question is. Is it illuminating the bodies?
As it's moving.
As it's moving, yes, you would think it would go
Right.
that
So,
direction.
so the headlights certainly on Maggie. It would appear from the plot maybe on Paul as well. And does he park near Maggie's body?
I do not know where he parked the first time because all we have is when the deputies arrived the second time. So
On your plot,
on the plot here,
when he comes the first time before the 911 call, where does his vehicle stop in relation to Maggie's body?
it stops before it.
How close is it?
I do not have a.
Can you descriptive? Is it very close? Is it pretty much right there?
I wouldn't say it's right on top of it, but it's
Very
in
close.
the area.
Not on top of it.
So as he's pulling up to the scene, he can certainly see one, if not both bodies on the ground, and he stops right next to Maggie. Is that fair?
I'm just looking at the data provided.
Data.
I was not there on scene. I
But
don't
the
know
data
what he- I
provided
don't
is
know
the
what he
location
saw.
of the car and the location of the body.
But I don't know
correct?
what he would have saw or what the car would have saw at that time.
Now he's
You don't know
smirking.
what would be directly in front of his car as it was moving from point to point to point.
No, I don't know.
I was not out there.
You don't know which direction the car would be pointing.
He's just so combative, so argumentative. If the car is moving in this direction, the car is going to see whatever's in front of this direction. That's what the answer is. And then, the fact that he keeps arguing on these questions that are just so simple, you don't need to argue about that. You had a good presentation, you have a good testimony. And I think that when the defense attorney or the other attorney um, creates that image of you, it just doesn't look credible.
As it
We know
moved
which
from point
direction the
to
car
point
would be
to point.
pointing, but what he saw or what the
Well,
final resting
forget
place
what
of
he
the
saw.
car is.
Not what he
Is the
saw.
car's headlights pointing
the
at
car
at the
pointed?
bodies as he's pulling up?
I cannot give a definitive answer on that because I
But
was
the
not
dot
there.
is dot.
And the
dot,
data I
dot.
have,
I'm asking from the data.
the
Obviously,
data
you
does
weren't
not
there.
say,
Allowed to finish this answer?
Whoa.
You must give the witness an opportunity to respond fully.
But
You may
the witness
proceed.
is being
there is no data
argumentative.
that says that the headlights were pointing at a specific direction or at a specific object. So I cannot
Specific?
answer that.
When you say there's
Pacific.
no data saying the headlights are pointing in a specific direction, were they not pointed along the line that would connect the last two data points before the car stops and goes in the
Yes.
park?
For the drive, but it does not show. I mean, it could be at an angle. It's such a
What do you
little,
mean?
it's
Like
a
the
little
car
dot.
could be like
It does
this
not
way?
show a vehicle and exact position of it. So I cannot answer that.
Right, and we're not talking about the dot, we're talking about a line connecting two dots.
Yes.
Okay,
And a
You were
car
asking about
moving
the
along that line, the headlines would be pointed down the line, correct?
The line.
Judge asked an answer.
No, it wasn't answered.
Objection overruled.
Good.
Ask your question again.
Oh, come
We're talking
on.
not about a point,
You
but
know
about a
what he
line.
asked.
And a
Mhm.
car moving down
Say
a
what he
line,
said.
as it moves down that line between 2 points, would its headlights not be pointed in the same direction down that line?
I would assume.
Good. See, it only
So-
took 5 minutes for you to answer that.
He arrives at the scene, gets out, presumably he goes in the park. And then 20 seconds later, first dials 911. Is that your testimony?
Yep.
So pulling up on the scene, body's in his headlight, presumably knows something's horribly wrong, gets out 20 seconds to the first call to 911. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which was actually misdialed 9111, and he had to redial it a second time, which was at 18 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
Mm.
So he had 20 seconds, and I think there's maybe an implication, or that's not enough time.
Judge, the form, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained to the comment of counsel.
What is the objection? Oh, the comments. I don't know. I didn't hear the objection.
Sir, may I approach?
May I approach?
Is this timer set for 20 seconds?
It is.
Okay.
Don't approach me.
When I say so, would you please press the start button?
Okay.
Okay.
Now.
So I'm parking. Oh my God, what happened here? Maggie, whoa! 911. 911. Hello? I'm a victim of a crime. Please send help. I think my wife was murdered, or my wife and my son. Okay.
That was 20 seconds. Would you agree?
Per your phone, yes.
For your phone? Yes.
Don't dispute the phone.
I do not.
accuracy, do you?
Are you going to dispute the phone? Douche. See, now you look like a douche.
If the person getting out of the car had seen the bodies already and already knew something was horribly wrong, do you believe that that is an unreasonably short period of time to inspect and call 911?
Yes.
I'm here to testify on this data, not the
Okay.
hypothetical.
That's a good question. That's a good
I
answer.
think you're asking the wrong person on that.
Fair
no
enough.
need for extras.
We'll move on.
Just, I'm not here to testify on hypotheticals. Period.
Okay, I'm going to turn to your condensed timeline,
Okay.
which I think is State's Exhibit 519. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 21.
Okay.
And towards the bottom, 9:06 and 20 seconds, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone sideways orientation,
That is correct.
and meaning that her phone at that time went to a sideways orientation.
So between 906.12 and 906.20, from the phone experts, that it started at 906.12 and it ended at 906.20,
Okay. but
those two orientations.
I'll ask it this way.
Okay.
A second later, what would be the orientation of her phone?
From a second from what? The 20?
After that, yes, at 9:06:21.
I do not know.
Okay.
Well, then what does this entry mean? If it doesn't mean that it,
There's nothing that says 906.21 on here.
right, so what happened at 9:06 and 20 seconds?
It finished its orientation change to sideways.
What does that mean?
So it went from a portrait.
Mhm.
So let me get the phone. So it went from portrait to sideways
And until,
in those between the,
Go ahead, sorry.
between 906.12 and 906.20 is that is what it's showing. That's why we have the little purple on the right-hand side to show that it's connected. It's all one big sequence per our phone experts that had previously testified.
So it would remain in portrait until remain in the landscape orientation until the next change?
I am unsure that. I'm not a phone expert.
You were just
So I am
testifying
unsure
about
of that.
the phone.
I was given this data and this is how it was
Earlier.
relayed to me and this is how I have put it in this timeline.
Okay,
So this is what I don't like, right? I was given this information and then I just put it in this document. It's not like, okay, I was given this data, I reviewed this data, I made sense of it. Just the answer I don't like. I see the guy did a lot of work and he probably did review the data and made sense of the data. But I just don't understand why he needs to be snippy about his answers. Like, oh, I just put the data here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
so if you were to go to page 19, please,
Okay.
Okay. All right.
and the very last entry there, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone vertical orientation,
Mm-hmm.
what does that mean?
So this was all given to me from different, data sources.
This is given to
So
me.
how I read this
I don't
is
know.
that the phone has turned to a vertical orientation. So I guess
Has turned to a vertical orientation, and
because we have a sideways orientation and then we have a vertical orientation.
just
Oh,
keep
that
scanning.
that type of answer is very annoying also because the guy's trying to ask him something else and he keeps saying, there's like vertical and then there's like sideways, like you don't understand this, but this is like vertical and then this is sideways. Like there is like a vertical. Yeah, yes. I'm pretty sure the attorney understands there is a vertical and a sideways, orientation for the phone. That kind of answer just makes you look so argumentative.
Down until you get to the next orientation change for Maggie Murdaugh's phone, please.
From page 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're
No,
just looking
from
for the
page
next
1.
orientation change.
Well, where were we at?
I believe it's going to be that 90612.
And what does that say?
Implements an orientation change to portrait.
But the previous change was to portrait, was it not?
It says vertical orientation.
So there's no intervening orientation change. It just goes to portrait and then changes to portrait again?
So wait, you
as I
saying
read,
vertical and portrait are the same thing? Because I thought you said there was portrait and then there was landscape.
the data, yes, that's correct. Like I said, I'm not a phone expert. I was given
Oh,
these
now you're not an
different
expert.
pieces to plot, and this is how they've been plotted.
When you're giving these pieces to plot, do you
Mhm.
ever notice if things don't seem to make sense or don't match with other data? Do you alert anyone?
So we have phone experts that review that. So they have reviewed the data, and I do not know if that's something that they came across.
I just put it in the PDF. You see, now, to be fair with this guy, there is nothing wrong with his report so far. I don't think there's anything wrong with the fact that the phone said it was portrait, then it said portrait again, because sometimes iPhones act up and maybe the phone was like this and then somebody moved it and then it registered again for the same orientation. But the fact that he's just being so combative. And then when the prosecution was asking him about phones, he would be like answering. He would be right away like, oh yeah, this is this and this is that. This is what, oh, what the phone locks is because, you know, you lock it once and then sometimes you press it again. He would answer. But now, because the defense is asking him, you see, this is inconsistency here in the report. He could have said, you know what? Sometimes I think the phone may act up. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Then he wouldn't be facing the second question, which is when things don't make sense, do you question it or you just put stuff here? Like the defense lawyer now is making him look worse than he has to look. He's questioning his competence in making the report, which I have no problem with his report so far. I haven't found anything wrong with it. And I think that his attitude is so bad that that's what I'm left with. And yesterday, when I listened to his testimony and I was just walking around, that is the feeling I got. I was like, this guy's a douche. Oh my God, he's so combative. He's so argumentative. But today, when I sat down to look at his report, one thing at a time, I can see, you know, why he's even biased against Alex because he really believes this guy may have killed his family. So he's kind of like annoyed to be there. I get it, but this whole way that he is answering the defense counsel to me is not a good look.
And you can't tell me with that last, or can you tell me this?
Can you tell me
The last
anything?
orientation change here on page 21, is that the last change on her phone until the extraction at the SLED lab?
So based on that question, the portrait to portrait, now the defense attorney is like, so you can't tell me, right? Like that's how he starts. Well, can you tell me this? Like, because you can't tell me anything else. Apparently, you can't tell anything, right? So can you tell me at least this?
I would have to go through
And he's like,
double
no,
check. Would you like me to do that?
I can't.
You may.
Okay.
I can't do anything. Poor guy.
You said orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That's what we're talking about. So here, 90620 sideways orientation. 90612, orientation change to portraits. Vertical, which is same as portrait, orientation change.
The thing is, this is just the timeline, so it could be in what's already in evidence from Lieutenant Britt Dove, but in this timeline, that is the only one showing.
Okay.
And for
Okay.
orientation changes, we were really only concerned
Enough.
for the day of.
Right.
For this
That's
timeline.
okay.
Show what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit 38. And go to the last page. This was previously admitted in evidence during the examination of Lieutenant Dove. It's a complete list of every orientation change recorded on her phone as of the extract.
Oh.
Is the last one listed, the very last one, the 906 orientation change?
The 90622 on the bottom,
Yes, sir.
that's correct. The 906, yep, the
90620.
far bottom column.
Yes. We show States Exhibit 278. This was also admitted in that examination. This is a photo taken in the SLED lab before the extract, actually 5 days before the extract. This phone is in portrait mode, is it not?
The way I read it, yes, that is portrait mode.
The way I
So
read
that very
it.
last orientation change we saw was to portrait mode because there are no subsequent orientation changes
I assume so, yes.
and not landscape as it says on this.
The thing is, before this picture was
The thing
taken,
is, what had happened was when my checkings and my savings, but all my money is on my savings, I gotta transfer my checking, and it takes 3 business days, and then I don't have money to party with you. That's what had happened.
you have to remind yourself that, SLED got the phone,
Okay.
and then this photo was taken at a lab.
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So why does
I
the
don't know
data
what
doesn't
happened.
say that
People,
was?
it's been moving around, manipulated. I don't.
But we just looked at a complete list of all the orientation changes, did we not?
And
It
one
wasn't time
orientation is
limited to a
missing.
particular day. It's everything on the phone.
Like I said, I did not produce that document, so I'm gonna have to go on your word on that.
What do you mean? It's
Let
right
me ask
there.
this before we kind of move on from this.
Oh,
It's been
okay.
stated a few times in testimony, and I think you did as well, that you don't get an orientation change recorded when the screen is off. Is that correct?
That is my understanding from previous testimony.
So my screen is off. If I turn it, like to get an orientation change, and it's off,
Oh, now it did.
if I just stand here for a while, however long, an hour, and without moving the phone, turn
Okay.
the screen on, will there be an orientation change?
That is a technical question
Oh,
for an
shit.
expert that we had up here yesterday. That,
Not my
Just
job.
I am
Not
not
my
an
job.
expert, and I am not a phone expert. So,
So
that's not a-
where
Not
I'm
my
going with that is
job.
simply, you don't know yourself in
Mhm.
preparing this timeline, whether the orientation changes that you're putting on here correspond with movement of the phone at that moment.
Nope.
I'm going off of
Good
data I was given
question.
from phone experts that
I don't know.
gave me the
I'm
data
just putting
and
it
put
here.
on this timeline.
I don't know. Good question.
I want to turn now to the timeline and really focus on the timeline for Maggie Murdaugh. And I'm going to skip, kind of close to the time that we're,
Are you still on the condensed or the full?
I'm going to be on the condensed the entire
Okay.
time. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I don't care about the rest, the stuff you did.
And I want to start on page 17 with that group text that Maggie Murdaugh read that came in at 8:31, but she read it at 8:49:26.
Okay.
And I guess the actual reading of that would be on page 19 for your reference. We'll start there.
On page 19, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
You have some screen off on times here, but you didn't put every time the screen went on and off, did you?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at what was given.
So you don't know if the screen of her screen went off at 8:49:28, came back on.
Everything
8:50.
should be on this document.
Okay. Did her screen go off at 8:49:28 and come back on at 8:53:08?
I have a screen on at 8:49:20.
And when did it go off?
Do not see it on here.
Everything is there. You just said it.
Well, let me ask it this way. Do you know that whether the screen went off at 8:49:28 and came back on at 8:53:08?
I do not unless I have it on here.
And then she has steps that begin at 8:53:15. Is that correct?
For this document, yes.
I noticed that.
When you were looking at the step data, did you look at the corresponding distance data that goes to the step data?
I was just
Interesting.
provided the
No, I
timestamp
didn't.
and then the steps.
Not my job.
Are you aware that the phone in the same database keeps distance data with the step data?
I have been made aware of that.
But you have not looked at any of that distance
Nope.
data?
Yes.
I was told
no.
that it's not accurate, it's
Yes,
not
no.
reliable, the distance, so,
Yes, no?
I did not focus in on that.
Yes, no?
So would you think that it is possibly, well, just as an investigator, on your spreadsheet, I won't bother to put it up, but you had a bunch of
I won't bother.
time periods where Alec had steps at
Mhm.
different times. Do you think there would be any relevance to whether the number of feet per step and all those different increments was extremely consistent?
Is there any relevance to it?
Would it maybe suggest the same person was walking?
Objections overruled.
I would have to,
You have to
I
watch.
didn't do the feet per step, so I'd have to see the data.
I understand that. And the
Data.
question is,
It's a
would
question.
there be any relevance to an
Would it be
investigation
relevant?
to seeing that
If
the
two
feet
phones
per
are walking
step
together.
were extremely consistent for disparate time periods of the same phone?
I said this was just a tool that we used.
Would it be
could
relevant?
It-
Yes
this
or
was on
no?
this board.
And if this time period, 8:53 with Maggie Murdaugh's steps to 8:55:32,
Mhm.
if the distance covered in that time were short, meaning she was moving particularly slowly, could that have any relevance?
It depends, but that distance is, we're told, is highly inaccurate, and everything is, an estimate. So even the steps, that's, we're told by the phone expert that's an estimate. That's not an
Okay.
exact number. The same, I would assume, for the
We understand that, but
distance.
he's asking, would it be relevant? Yes or no?
So you don't think, I mean, you did not check to see if the speed at which Maggie Murdaugh was moving on that very last increment, the last time the phone says she was ever walking, there was no, how fast is she going? Is she running? Is she creeping? No one looked at that.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
What facts are not in evidence?
Objections overruled.
I did
Yeah,
not look at that.
that's
No,
right
I
there.
cannot say for anyone else.
And the same question for Alec Murdaugh. Did anyone look for, I think you have, over 8 of these increments listed out, whether he was going particularly fast, unusually fast for him, unusually slow for him, the same speed he always goes. Did anyone look at that?
All we have here is the data that is on that sheet.
Okay. Well, you put it there.
And you do have these steps per minute, but do you have any data suggesting that within, and I'll pick one just to make the question simpler, Alec Murdaugh's first, well, I'll pick an even easier one, entry number 30,
Okay.
Okay.
which is when he's at Alameda and then part of when he's leaving Alameda. Is that correct?
That is correct based by the time.
And it says 60 steps over almost just a little short of 10 minutes.
I believe so. Yep.
So of course it's slightly more than 6 steps per minute, which would be a
That's
step
correct.
every 10 seconds. So this time period is not saying that he's going that many steps per minute, right? It's saying he walked and then he didn't walk and he walked. Is that fair?
It's just giving us an analysis, a general overview of, our estimated steps that it gives us, and then estimated steps per minute. That's all it is. It's just a general.
Okay, fair.
Well, I'll just ask open-ended. Why is this last column steps per minute here? Why are you presenting this?
It's just another way to present the data.
Oh, because it's
So
not
turning back
steps
to, I
per
think we were on
minute.
page 19.
Okay.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone
Okay.
is walking.
Good point.
Now we had from previous testimony, an activation of the Siri user interface with the side button.
So real quick, let me just go back to the steps per minute, because the steps per minute for me was a big red flag, right? So Barbara's saying, so it registered like 9 o'clock, 20 steps per minute, 9:05, 30 steps per minute, 9:06, 70 steps per minute. He's saying, you're not saying he took 70 steps per minute here, right? He's saying, no, I'm not saying that, because it's just an estimate, and the steps are registered as you go. Like I'm sitting here and it said I did like 500 steps, and I'm not walking. So the phone is just estimating based on whatever it bases on, right? So he's saying, so why did you put that column there? To trick people, right? Like he's saying, you're putting that column there to show, oh, look how busy he was here because he was committing the murders. And that was a good question of the defense, I think.
Button. Did you recall that from previous testimony?
I do not, but it could have been.
Okay, you don't recall previous testimony about that. Bring up
About
Defense
steps?
Exhibit 41.
Bring it out. Bring it out.
And there's a begin and end. It's all the same time there in the bottom couple rows. You can see 8:53:20.
Mhm.
I don't know if this refreshes or if you recall, or if perhaps you know from experience that the Siri interface can be activated by squeezing and holding the right button on the phone. Do you know that?
I believe so. If you
Yeah,
have it,
and Siri will be
actually
like
do that.
So
listening.
the phone's
to
walking,
stuff.
it's in somebody's hand. Now, this is something that's not in your timeline,
Oh,
but
this
again,
nap-
was certainly discussed with Lieutenant Dove. 8:54:32, the screen comes on, and a couple seconds later, there's a camera access. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and that's not on your timeline?
It is not.
Why not? Why are you leaving stuff out,
Now,
dude?
we had, that came up in testimony with both experts, and I believe, do you recall Lieutenant Dove said he had not, that it was possible to find out what caused that, but he had not himself looked to see.
That's correct.
So why
And
didn't you?
I believe investigator Grubb said he did not know why. Is that correct?
I believe so.
But it's knowable, according to the previous testimony,
That's correct.
but no one's checked to see.
To my knowledge, no.
And then after that, there's some orientation changes. And then finally, the screen goes off, I believe, for an more extended period of time at 8:55:36.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after this period, there's nothing else that happens with her phone other than missed calls and texts, except that final orientation change. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Now, does that fact that we aren't seeing anything after 8:55:36, does that mean that she was dead at 8:55:36?
Like I said, this is just data that I plotted.
So the answer is no?
I don't
It
know
does
that
not mean
answer.
that?
I have to, I
So the
have
answer
to go
is
by
yes.
the data here.
So
and
the
there's no
answer is no.
activity.
What's the answer?
Right.
You can
You can't handle
take
the
that however you
truth.
want, but there's no activity.
I mean, is it fair, and this isn't trying to be tricky,
Yeah, you are.
if use of the phone ceases as
Mhm.
time goes on, it's more and more likely there's something amiss, right? The first
I
second no
assume
one's
so,
using
yeah.
the phone
Mhm.
is normal. I mean, someone might easily go, even Paul might go 5 minutes without using his phone, but as you keep going on, it gets a little more likely something's wrong,
Mhm.
right? Is
Yes.
that fair?
I would say so.
Okay.
Good
But
So
you have
answer.
it
it's
at
not,
8.
it's not an immediate thing that, well, the last you,
Wouldn't just be able to finish the answer he started.
I apologize, Your Honor. I honestly thought he had finished.
Yeah, he said yes.
I'm good. Go ahead.
So it wouldn't be fair to say that if the last usage was at some particular second that the person was dead that second, right? It would create an inference that would increase in strength over time
Yeah.
that no one's using the phone,
We
something's
don't know the
wrong,
time of
right?
death.
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't have the knowledge on that.
Okay. Douche face. You see the douche face he just did? It's like he can't make a common sense response, and that is not real. Not
You recall in
a
previous testimony that Special Agent Owen said with regard to Almeida and I think a
credible
raincoat,
testimony.
that it would take, in his estimation, 5 to 10 minutes to dispose of evidence already wrapped up. From this, you recall that?
I do recall.
I do recall. But. Give me a but.
So to be consistent with the data you have here, well, let me ask this: how long with the test drives was to drive from the kennels to the main house?
I know we did various ones. I'd have to look at the data. We did at various
Data.
speeds. It was
A
very
minute,
short.
15 seconds?
That would be a lot, I would say.
Okay. So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right, from 8. It got left at the house. It's not going anywhere since it was up the house with the family.
I just show no activity on it.
Right.
You can assume it is at the house.
You don't have a.
But it starts showing
location
activity
for
again
it?
at 9:02 and 18 seconds. That's when the steps start.
That is correct. 283 steps.
So from that 8:55:36 to 9:02 with a minute and some seconds to get up to the house, you would have like 5 minutes if it were him to do everything and get back to the house in his house to the phone. 5 minutes.
So this 5 minutes, he would shoot Paul, shoot Maggie. He would get blood splatter, brain all over him because Paul's shot was so rough that his brain exited his head. Okay. So Alex would have, or the shooter would have brain matter, fluid, blood spatter, not only in his hand, right? If he didn't use gloves, but if he used gloves, but hair, everywhere. So he would have to get rid of all that stuff. He would have to like wash his hand, wash his head, wash off any blood, remove his clothing, do whatever it is. Some people said put it in the cooler. So put it in the cooler. Then he would have to take the guns, wrap it somewhere. Then he would have to get rid of the guns, get rid of Maggie's phone. Then he would have to go back to the house. And when he went to the house, he left no water, no blood. If he washed himself with the hose in the kennels, then how come there's no water in the house? So all of that, I guess, would have to be done within 5 minutes. That's what they are concentrating on here, which I do believe is a great point from the defense.
I think you're missing that the phone was actually locked at 8:49 for Maggie's phone.
Locked.
So the 8:55:36 is just when the backlight is
Steps.
off, but her phone locks forever
Steps.
at 8:49.
There is steps.
But it's moving around,
Yep.
right, at 8:53. You didn't look at the speed at which it's moving, but that could tell us something. There's a Siri activation. I'm just asking my question, Your Honor.
What's the question?
I'm asking.
Her
Wait,
phone
Your
is
Honor.
moving around, starting at 8:53, comma. There's a Siri activation near the start of that time,
Smartass.
comma, and
Comma.
then there's a
This guy
camera activation
guy here is
during
laughing.
this time.
was
And some
laughing. He was
orientation
smart.
changes, and then it goes
Comma.
off. Is that all correct?
Question
correct.
mark.
Okay. And you don't know how fast the phone was moving during that period, but that is known, just no one has looked. Is that correct?
So everything is estimation with the phone. It does not track your exact, speed or distance or steps. It's all estimated. So
But wouldn't
exact
it help?
numbers is unknown.
If it's something that happened, okay, so I'm going to pause here because this is a very good point, and I did notice that as well. So hold on, let me just share this screen here. Good. Okay, so 8:49 is what the SLED agent is saying. Paul's phone is locked forever, right? No, Maggie's phone is locked. So the SLED agent is insinuating this is the time of death. So from 8:49 to 9:06, which is when Alex was in the car, we know he was in the Suburban at 9:06, he would have about 16 minutes to do all the things we just mentioned. But then the defense attorney is saying, wait a second, at 8:55, Maggie's phone was recording, was doing things like 8:55. She has 59 steps traveled. There's like orientation changes. There's also a snap shot of a photo of something, like a snapshot of a Facebook app. And then, so we can't say like was the phone here at 59 steps walking at the same time Alex's phone was walking, or was this somebody else, or did you look? The guy's like, no, I didn't look, but here is where she locked forever. So he's saying she died over here, therefore Alex had 16 minutes to complete the murder. The defense is pushing back and say, no, 8:55 there was still activity. So if you're saying that, how long did Alex have to finish all of this together? And we're almost done.
And you
Just
have,
want to finish up.
I assume
the
from
defense,
your
the
testimony,
cross.
you don't know why someone would take Maggie's phone but not Paul's phone?
I would not know.
Okay,
mean,
great question.
not there.
Great answer. I don't know. Period.
I mean,
I would not
given
know.
your job as a SLED
Mhm.
agent, I mean, would the fact that the camera was, the phone is in someone's hand and there was an attempt to take a picture, would that be an inference you could draw? as
He
to
never
why
said
that
it
phone was
attempted to
taken?
take a picture, from what I
Whoa.
heard, but
He never
you'd have
said
to
he
ask a
attempted to take
technical
a
expert
picture.
on exactly what that camera function
Very
is for.
combative.
Well, you see, the thing is that the technical experts, they're not going to say either, are they? It's some investigator is going to have to make some inferences from the data.
Some
And
sense.
the question is,
Isn't that you?
is it a fair inference that if the camera's in somebody's hand and they're trying to take a picture, that might be why the killers take that phone and not the phone that's in somebody's pocket?
Great
the way I-
point.
Your Honor.
What's the basis for the?
Great point. And by the way, the defense attorney here has already said what he wants to say to the jury, right? He's saying, doesn't it make sense, like, that if I don't take Paul's phone, I'm the killer, I don't take Paul's phone, and Maggie's trying to take a picture of me or something as the killer, I take her phone and I don't take Paul's phone. Wouldn't that make sense? And the guy's like, I don't know, I don't want to answer, blah, blah, blah. In the meantime, there's an objection, but the jury has already heard what they needed to hear.
Objection.
Argumentative.
You are
The
argumentative.
response to, by the defense, any response?
Your Honor, I'm asking the investigator whether,
What you're asking is the response to the objection is argumentative.
The
Your
judge
Honor, I
is
do not-
being such a smartass here because there were times in the same day where the prosecution did objection, and then the judge says sustained, and the attorney Dick, I think it was in the morning, the attorney said, I didn't hear the grounds for the objection, and the judge said, I sustained it. And Dick was like, okay, what's the objection for this? What is the grounds for this other objection? The judge didn't answer. Now, when the defense attorney is on that same situation, and the defense attorney is trying, and Creighton always answer the way this attorney is answering right now. He's saying, well, I don't think it was unfair, I don't think it was argumentative, I don't think it was this. Now the defense attorney is saying, Your Honor, I asked him this, and the judge's like, I know what you're asking him. The objection was this. What's your response? Like, I just don't like the way the judge has been treating, in my opinion, in my observation, the defense team one way, the prosecution another way. If you're going to run a tight ship, do it for both parties. Don't do it, different treatments, because that does not look good. And I think that a lot of people are noticing it.
I believe it's argumentative. I'm asking if an inference would be fair.
I overrule the objection.
But he overruled it, so
So the inference I'm looking at it is that the camera
still.
was trying to identify a face to unlock, which it did not. So that is the inference that I would look at that instead of taking a photo
Okay.
from a layperson perspective.
But you're
Right,
not a lay
except-
person. You're not a lay person. You were an investigator that you were giving data to put it together in a concise timeline. So you're not a lay person. You're just trying to make sense of the scene, and you're saying, well, it could be this, but it could be that. You're not giving it a fair, right? A fair treatment for the evidence to even come with the concept that people in America are innocent until they are proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That should be the standard. But this SLED agent is like the opposite standard. He's like, everything that you say, I have an argument on why he's guilty. And that's what I'm here to prove. And if you tell me anything else, I'll say, no, I don't think it's fair that the victim, that the phone was taken, was trying to take a picture of the killer after he killed her son. I don't think that's a fair assessment. What kind of answer is that? Come on, let's be honest. It is a fair assessment, but also another assessment could be that you're doing this and he didn't recognize your face. I don't understand why he can't just answer like that.
That's not an inference an investigator would make, correct? A technical expert would go and see what triggered the camera activation and tell that to an investigator, correct?
I was not, but I am not the technical person.
And I think we covered in some previous
investigator.
questioning that the testimony has been that that's knowable, but no one has checked.
Face. Look at the face.
Kind of switch over to
It doesn't know, think because it's uncomfortable,
Paul.
Okay.
which is normal.
And
Okay.
just to sort of
Yeah, I
summarize
hear you
everything up,
saying.
there doesn't seem to be any missed activity until the unread text message from Rogan at 8:49:35. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
And is it correct that his screen does not ever come on again until after the 911 call?
Is screen coming on?
Yes, sir.
I believe it dies shortly after at like 10:30, so 10:36.
And I'm aware of the screen
Okay.
coming on after the 911 call, but I'm asking, did it come on at any time between this text from Rogan and those after 10 o'clock times?
Let me just double check. I show a display screen on at 10:20:08.
Okay, so the answer is no?
It does turn on. That's what you asked, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking if it turns on before the 911 call.
Before the 911 call
And now Barbara's like, I'm
for
sorry.
the whole day.
Well, it would be about an hour and
An hour.
10 minutes, but
These two are they just don't like each other at all. Barbara's like, I'm sorry. And then this guy's like flipping.
I'm not
the
seeing a
pages.
screen on before the 911 call. And that 9 to
so
10 o'clock
incoming
time
text
frame.
messages or calls, if they were received, did not cause the screen to come on.
That is correct.
That is correct. Good.
Is it possible, and I understand this may be a question for a technical person, but is it possible that that's because the battery was at 2%?
Like I said, I would not know that answer.
Did anyone ask, hey, why isn't the screen coming on these notifications?
Unfortunately, I think it's hard to tell, with the experts, but that would be my assumption that it would be either low battery,
Good.
trying to conserve the battery because you don't want the light takes so much power. So I would assume that would be the answer.
So after whatever happened after 8:49, his phone is not prompting him. It's not lighting up when things come in.
I don't know if it's vibrating or whatnot, but according to the data here, it is, it's not lighting up.
Now, I think the previous testimony was that whoever, if anyone saw his lock screen before the phone went dead, after the 911 call, would have seen the yo text. Is that correct?
I
Yo.
believe so, yes.
They would have also seen this 8:49 text, right?
The 8:49,
35,
35.
or at least a notification that there were multiple texts, correct?
Yes.
I would assume so. That's correct.
And there were at least 4 incoming calls from Rogan between 9:10 and 10:08. Is that correct?
I'm going to go off of your account.
9:10 and 28 seconds,
Okay.
9:42 and 17 seconds. I think there's one at 9:57,
Okay.
one at 10:08.
Correct.
The one at 10:08, that would be during the 911 call, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be during the 911 call, before Alec Murdaugh leaves the scene to go up to the house and come back.
Based on the data, that's correct.
We don't actually know why the screen came on those 2 times, do we? At 9:10 and 18, and then 10, 18, and then 10:20.
We do not.
You know how long the screen stayed on those times?
I do not have that.
You don't know if it was 12 seconds? Okay.
So you don't know anything. That's what Barbara's trying to show.
At the second one of those, the 10:20:08 screen on, doesn't the Alex Murdaugh's phone indicate he's walking at that time?
So it, we have a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean he's walking during the whole time, but that is what the
Well, is
phone.
this the start? I'm sorry. Let me just ask. Is this the start? Your Honor, it's just a clarification.
Did you? As soon as the witness starts talking, then you start talking? Who's talking? Were you talking? Well, go ahead.
So the phone parses the data. It gives you a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean they're walking during that whole time. It just takes a start time and end time and gives you that data.
Sure.
So to say that someone's walking during the whole time would be, unreasonable.
After the 911 call,
And you
was
were
Rogan the
reasonable.
first person out?
20 seconds? I don't know. That's what your phone
After
says.
the 911 call,
Yes, sir.
calls at 10:06:14. That you said Alex called?
Yes, the first person he called after hanging up with 911. Was it Rogan?
No, it was Randy,
I have at 10:17:46. He calls Randy Murdaugh.
his brother.
And that's his brother, correct?
That's correct.
Who was the second person he called?
I think another family guy.
He iMessages Randy and then calls Randy Murdaugh again. And then John Marvin.
John Marvin is another brother, correct?
Yep, at
Oh, okay.
10:19.
And then he calls the
And then the
friend.
third person he calls is Rogan, is that correct?
False
At
friend.
that time, yes.
And is that about 2 minutes and 30 seconds after that first screen on time?
That's correct.
So not immediate, not the first person.
Yeah, so he sees the phone with a bunch of texts and missed calls, and he calls the
I
guy
think you're
back.
referring to that
No need
question
to
that was
argue with
previously
that.
during the 911 call. This is all after the 911 call.
Right. The question is, it's about 2.5 minutes after Paul's phone screen comes on, that there's a call to Rogan, and it's the third person that Alec Murdaugh calls. Is that correct?
That was a 9:08. Wasn't the screen on?
No, 10:18 and 53 seconds.
That'd be correct.
So I think we went over that anyone who was looking at could see what was on Paul's screen, would see multiple missed messages, calls from Rogan right on the screen.
I would assume.
Even a call coming in during the 911 call.
I would assume, but
Okay, so as an investigator, do you think it would be terribly unreasonable that after calling other family members, someone would call the person who is the best friend of the dead son, who had multiple missed messages and calls, and even a call coming in during the 911 call? Is calling that person to ask what happened, what's going on? Is that, to you as an investigator, an unreasonable thing to do after calling other family members?
I would, as an investigator, I think that would be very odd, given the scene
not
and the whole
odd.
situation, that you're on the phone constantly. Yes.
But it's not
That
odd.
you're standing there next to your dead son, his phone is ringing for
Yep.
someone, and you
Mhm.
call that person after calling other people.
Yes,
That would be
because
unreasonable.
I am standing over my son and wife, and it's just witnessing that for the first time. I would think that would be, to have someone on their phone constantly like that right after, given the scene and the situation. Yes, as an investigator, I would think that is very,
It wouldn't be someone trying to find out what happened.
at that moment, that'd be the last thing that would probably come through my mind as an investigator, looking at the scene,
Investigator.
just trying to figure out what happened minutes after I discover it. I'd be in a state of shock if that was me personally.
And speaking of a state of shock, I think you have in the timeline later on, he reads some spam text message about, I think there's a picture of a woman in a bikini,
I wouldn't call it a spam text message. It's from Michael Gunn, who'd be one of his friends.
a group text,
A group text, yeah.
and then he Googles
Nice
the name
try,
of a restaurant
Barbara.
in Edisto Beach. Is that correct?
That is what comes up on his phone extraction.
Oh,
Doesn't
so
he
he's
also
looking
call
at
a
restaurants?
videographer he hadn't spoken to in years?
Can you give me a page number to refer to?
Yes.
That's something he couldn't tell. How is he gonna know how long you talked to somebody? When was the last time you talked to somebody? How is he gonna know that?
Page 42, Brian White, last entry.
That's what the data shows.
So he would seem to be in a state of shock. None of that makes any sense, does it? You're not going to Google the
I'm
name
not.
of a restaurant after you find your son murdered.
I'm not Alex Murdaugh. I don't know what he was thinking at that moment. Probably wouldn't be on my phone.
Probably wouldn't be on my phone. Okay.
Really, you wouldn't be calling family?
I might be calling family, but I wouldn't be
The
Googling
testimony
and
was
doing
that Rogan
stuff.
was family.
If you ask a question, if you want him to answer, you have to give him an opportunity to answer. Proceed.
Proceed.
I would not be Googling and doing other things with my phone, no.
You think he was, do you believe he was Googling a restaurant, or do you think he was fat fingering the phone because he was in shock?
I have to go off of the data, and that's what the data shows.
See, that again is a comment that makes me think this guy is very biased, because, like, okay, fine, maybe you don't agree that the guy called the friend, but he had been there for what, 20 minutes, I think, and he had called two brothers, and then he called back somebody that has been calling his son and texting and calling Maggie. Well, he doesn't know about Maggie, but okay. And then you're asking the investigator, do you think it's unreasonable to call the guy back? Yes, I think it's unreasonable. I wouldn't be doing that. Okay, so he also had a search of something on Google. Do you think he really was checking a restaurant? Or could it be that, his fingers were doing that? Oh, Yeah, you know what? That's actually very plausible. I don't believe he was looking for a place to eat. Why can't you just answer in a more credible way, which would be, yeah, I really don't think he was, I don't know. Personally, I don't know, but I think it would be very unreasonable for him to be looking for a restaurant, for a place to eat. But no, when you answer like that, it's very argumentative, very uh just just doesn't look good. Just doesn't look good, in my opinion.
And you believe that calling
And then he
family
does the
and calling
uncomfortable
someone
nose
that the
thing.
prior testimony was like another son is unreasonable in the circumstances?
I would say so, yes.
Yes, it is. Okay, fine. It is what it is.
Given the fact that you just
Doesn't matter. Just stop
arrived to the
talking.
scene, yes.
No question pending. Douche. Now Alex is looking at him like, I'm gonna murder you next. Not funny. Not funny.
And had just
I don't
arrived
know.
back to the scene, had actually been there at that point, 15, 20, 25 minutes, correct?
That's correct. I'd be doing anything I could to
25
help
minutes.
my loved ones.
To help your loved ones, they're dead. They're dead. He's gonna do the nose thing. Can't help them, buddy. Data daddy.
This, now, kind of turning back to Maggie's phone, her screen was on at 9:06 and 12 seconds, right? That last orientation change.
Let me flip back to it.
9:06 and 12 seconds. Let's see here.
You said her screen was on?
Yes.
Orientation to portrait.
Yeah, her phone was locked, but her screen, yeah, for the orientation from previous testimony, the screen had to be on for it to log the orientation changes.
It says
So
backlight on.
there was some movement of the phone between 9:06 and 12 seconds and 9:06 and 20 seconds.
That'd be my understanding given previous testimony. Correct.
And in this period, 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds, Alec Murdaugh is walking, I think, 283 steps in that time period.
In that timestamp period, correct.
Yeah. But her phone is not. No one's walking with her phone, correct?
The phone is not logging any kind of steps. I don't know if someone's walking with it, but it's not logging steps at that time.
But at that time, Alec Murdaugh's phone is logging steps.
His phone's logging from 9:02:18 to 9:06:47. I believe her last log was in the 8 o'clock, the 8:53 to 8:55.
55.
And at 9:06 and 14 or 15 seconds, Alec Murdaugh calls her phone, correct?
That's correct.
So he calls her phone while walking,
I don't know.
or in a period in which his steps are being recorded by the phone, to be specific.
There's a begin time and an end time. He could have stopped walking a couple seconds, couple minutes into it. It doesn't give us that precise data from these phone distractions.
And that time period that he stops walking is 9:06 and 47 seconds, correct? And the car, the Chevy Suburban, starts a second later after that, right?
From the data, correct.
So it's a fair inference that he ends that by walking to the car, getting in and turning it on.
I'm not sure when exactly he got in the car or how long he was sitting in the car before, but this is what the timestamp show.
Nothing
and
you
this
say is
what the
fair.
vehicle
It's
Start
good.
time shows and the end time for the
So argumentative.
steps.
Doesn't look good.
So his phone is stepping, walking, while he calls Maggie's phone,
Okay.
which is moving, but not stepping with him.
Maggie's
Is that what
phone
the
is
data
moving,
shows?
But not
That's
Stephanie.
your inference on the data, but
Well, I mean, breaking it down, his phone is in a period of steps,
Mhm.
correct?
unknown when there is steps
Just
during that
his
period.
phone is in this time period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone is not in any period
Correct.
of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone in this time period where
Period
the phone
is
calls coming in,
having
9:06,
movement.
12 seconds, 20 seconds, there's some motion because there's an
Lights,
orientation change, correct?
portraits. Yes.
correct.
and he's calling the phone during this period that his phone's in steps, right, at that moment, right?
I cannot say that he's actually in steps at 9:06:12.
Yes, and you said it, but his phone says there's this period that he's walking, and in that period, between the start and end times, he's calling her phone.
That is correct. But you can see during the 911 call too, that there's times where someone could be stopped, someone could be walking. So we don't know if he stopped at 9:05:15. And
Okay, so this is what they're arguing about here. Okay, so we have 9:02 to 9:06. Alex Murdaugh shows 283 steps traveled. Then we have Maggie's phone. So 9:02 through 9:06. Then Maggie's phone had Maggie 9:02 to 9:06. So 9:06:20 phone sideways orientation. We have Alex calls Maggie at 9:06:15. So then he's saying this time where Alex's phone is showing steps. During this time, he called Maggie. Maggie's phone is not registering steps during this time, but it is registering a orientation change, and it's also registering light. That's what they're arguing about here.
the orientation changes and he's right at the car. I don't know that.
Do we know, we'll put this, do we have any evidence that her phone and his phone ever moved together? Not speculation, but evidence showing that they're moving together. Same person moving at the same time with both phones.
No.
Moving together, like physically moving, or
No.
functioning in the
Physiologically,
Yes, that they're both moving.
philosophically,
The same
theoretically.
person is carrying both phones. They're moving at the same time.
I would argue that between 9:06:12 and 9:20, that the same person has both phones.
Because there's an orientation change and no steps on this phone.
You have an
and steps on
you
this phone.
have an orientation change starting while someone's calling, looking at the phone.
What
during
do you
that
mean?
time
I'm
period.
calling.
And would it perhaps be reasonable
I'm
that
calling and
someone
looking.
has that phone
What?
and an incoming call comes in, the screen says Alec Murdaugh, and it gets tossed out a window? Is that another fair possible explanation?
That could be your explanation.
Wow. See,
Why
that's
would
a terrible answer. Because if you are law enforcement and you're in the side of the law and the facts and investigation, and somebody gives you a reasonable explanation, you can say that is a fair explanation also. I don't think it's probable, but it is. Now that is your explanation. It's just so argumentative. Ah,
That explanation be less
Ugly,
fair
ugly,
than what
ugly.
you just said, based on the data.
So how you interpret the data.
very ugly. And then he's looking to the side like, did I do a good job, Dad? Did I do a good job? Very ugly. Very ugly.
On the drive to Alameda and back, did Alec take any detours from the expected route?
Not that I could see. The route matched up with his interviews.
And in your timeline, we occasionally see these, I guess, infotainment systems coming on, but nothing else happening. The prior testimony was that even the FBI engineer doesn't know why that is. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. He said it could be, you get close to the vehicle. Sometimes when I don't know if you
Start up.
newer GM vehicles, you get close to it and you can kind of hear a little buzzing noise. It's almost like the system's booting up. That's how he described it to me. Could be the key fob being close. It could be the car unlocking, locking, door opening, just
My
They
car
don't
is
know
not
what
that
actually caused
fancy.
it,
I
but
gotta tell you guys.
just booting
I got
up
the
and
key and I gotta turn
running in
it,
the background.
and then my car would turn on.
When you were looking at the sort of going in and out of park data, did you look at the data for other days than June 7th?
I did not.
So
Why
you
would I?
wouldn't know whether on other days there are periods in which it seems to go in and out of park repeatedly in a short period of time?
I would not.
You wouldn't know if that happened on 6/4, 6/5, or also 6/6?
I would not know. I was focused in on June 7th, 2024.
Yeah, we
Would looking at
understand.
those other days and seeing the same thing happen inform your interpretation of seeing it going in and out of park?
It
on
would,
6/7?
but he didn't want to.
I was just looking on the day of the murders.
I mean, if it did that every single day, would it seem unusual to also do it on 6/7?
No,
That'd be a question for Mr. Fakowski, who actually looks at that data as a
Would it?
profession. It would.
He's going to make inferences about behavior based on the data, or is he just going to say what the data is?
I don't know what he's gonna
Say what the
say.
data is, but I wouldn't know an inference. I don't know someone's driving pattern and how they shift, and how would I know that?
And he would?
But how would I know that?
But you said ask
Well,
him.
the question really is, if it happens every day, is there anything unusual about it happening on 6/7?
No,
A period of days is not every day. You'd have to look at
argumentative.
I would assume, a wide range of days to get,
How many?
I don't know.
Whatever
If
you
it happened
disagree
every,
with.
every day for the preceding 3 days, would that be enough?
Every day is a new day.
Every day
I
is
would
a
not-
new day.
You know, something could happen different on a different day. I mean, I don't know how you could compare that data.
But you said
You go
depends
different
on how
places,
many
you do different
days.
things. Different things happen during drives. I don't think you could accurately show that.
You can't have patterns. Driving patterns is not a thing. So argumentative. Barbara's like, I'm done with this fool. What a fool. I'm done.
You showed sort of towards the end some text messages, and one of them seemed to make a reference regarding possible drug use. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that was dated May 6th.
2021. Yes.
Do you have it? Do you have the copy pulled out?
So Barbara's like, oh,
Are you referring to the text from Paul
Yes, I am.
to Alex? Okay. I have May 6, 2021
so
at 10:52.
difficult. This guy's so difficult.
And then there was some Google searches by
Maggie.
Murdaugh.
That is correct.
Yeah, with the pill, the white pill, the green pill, blah blah blah.
Are you aware of a text from Alec regarding pills to Maggie on May 7?
I would have to see the text.
Show you what's been marked as defense 138, which I believe.
Yep. I am very sorry that I do this all to you. I love you. Yep.
No objection to the exhibit, Your Honor.
No, offer what's been marked as defendants 138.
Submit it.
Submit it.
So this was Mr. Murdaugh's response to the being confronted about the pills that you previously read.
I can only assume this is from Alex to Maggie. The text message I read was from Paul to Alex.
So his family was aware of his drug issues, correct? I mean, from the texts.
I would assume from the text.
And he was aware that they were aware, correct?
Correct.
And they
Yeah.
appear to be loving and supporting.
Well, this is Alex to Maggie. If you read other text messages, she never responds to this that day.
That day. Okay,
From
what
what I
about
saw.
another day?
So I don't know unless you have what she sent back, or if we can't ask them. I don't know if they were loving and supporting of it. This is from Alex to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to see further text messages.
We'll see further text messages. What? We will see.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Direct.
Finally.
Please, court.
No more pleas in the court, Creighton. So I'm going to end it here. Nice. And it was a great way to look at the timeline, very slowly looking at time by time. Now, my main thing has been I don't think there was enough time for him to commit these murders. But I do find it very odd that Maggie's phone was there when he at the same place where Alex passed with his car. So that part is very intriguing to me. And also the fact that he was at the kennels very close to the death. We don't know exactly what time the death was. He got back around 10. The 911 deputies arrived at 10:25. So, lots of questions around still. And I think that the defense case will be very interesting. I am looking forward to that. Looking for some good lawyering all around, and hopefully we will have more answers. I do think there's still doubt, but I do find myself leaning more towards he may have done this than not. I was not there yet yesterday at all. Now I'm like, wait, this looks bad. He was there. Their phone stopped all around the same time that he was at the kennel, maybe 5-10 minutes later. Maybe he shot them. Maybe he left and somebody else shot them. So I'm not 100% convinced that he's guilty or innocent. But that's why we still have a whole case to go. The defense case is going to be presented starting on Tuesday, and hopefully that we will have more clarity. So thank you so much for everybody that has watched this, and please subscribe, like the video so that we can come up with more videos, and I'll see you soon.